Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black But. Let me move over. Welcome to Little Black But 91. We are giving you guys live on Married at First Sight. Yes, we're going to be talking about the recent episode 5 on the latest season. It's been a bit crazy. I've titled this one, Lindsay and Alyssa give us the Karen vibes once more again, because they have both played into this victim role very, very well. But they're not the only ones that are causing a bit of a stir on this latest season. We had a head-to-head with Michael and Jasmina in apologizing over whether somebody cut somebody else off. It was an interesting conversation, which we'll dive into as well a little bit later on. We also had somebody saying that they're beginning to fall for the other person, and the gentleman in question, how he handled it, I was like, meh. I mean, if someone tells you they're falling for you, you saying okay probably isn't going to help the situation. And then you tell your boys that you actually told her that a different story. You gave the boys a larger explanation. You actually didn't give that to her, which is why she brought it up again later on. But we'll address that as well on the show. And then we finally had, as the last of the battles, we saw Olu and Katina. And I don't know about you guys. Maybe I'm being facetious. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into it. I'm starting to feel that Olu he's given these grand speeches, and I'm concerned by the grand speeches. When a brother has to keep making those grand speeches, more than likely what's about to happen is he's about to let you down. Okay? Very, very heavy. And so I'm concerned about those big speeches. But, I mean, so far, so good. Apart from the fact that he wanted to test his own girlfriend. But, his own wife, sorry. But we'll discuss that as the show goes on. So, do me a favor, guys. If you are new to this channel, do me a favor, like it, share, subscribe. And if you are returning to the channel as well, you already know what it is, baby. You got the minerals, baby. Stay hydrated because the streets out there are hot. We'll be having an open panel for the next hour or so. There is some space on the open panel, which is where you guys get to come and have your say. We want to be able to encourage people to have more conversations around the channel. So if you do want to have your say, come let us know. I'm going to put an email at the bottom so you guys can have a little conversation. All right, I've got some people in the background already for the conversation, so that'll put at the bottom there. But let me just give a quick breakdown of the episode, of what I saw, and then I'll bring my guests on so far who are behind the scenes as well. So what I saw, I think, what I saw from the show, first and foremost, let me deal with Noi and Steve. I think Noi was entitled to let him know, how she felt. That's what you do when you're in a relationship. If you're feeling someone, you let them know. Okay. Now, when obviously she did let Steve know, okay, there is a way to respond when you feel like somebody maybe is falling too deeply. Saying okay might not be the best way to receive the information. Further yet, I don't expect you to go to your boys and tell them a different story as to what you actually said to your own wife, which means you knew what to say and you didn't say it, right? So in that case, I'm looking at you a little bit some way right now, right? Okay, first of all, no stable job, and now this, sir, you're on dangerous grounds right now. But in all honesty, that conversation, I think you could have handled it a bit better, because it left her a little bit sour. It's not, she would have probably been a little bit sour if you said you weren't feeling the exact same way she was feeling, but there's a way still to cushion it. You just let the person, hey, look, I'm not there yet, but I really appreciate you sharing those feelings with me. I'm saying I'm growing towards there, but I'm not there just yet. And that's fine. You're done. But you saying okay and then go and tell the boys, yeah, lads, I actually told her, we're not, you didn't say that, because later on, after, she comes back and says to you what you said, and it was not that. It wasn't even close. So that was a bit of a situation that was interesting. I also want Steve to be very careful, sir. He doesn't, and I'm not talking about his behavior. I'm talking about your wife, sir. Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, earlier on in the season, her brother came to him and said, well, if you don't chase, someone else will. Now, when he said on the boat that he cheated, okay, she was out here giving a judgmental look. And then as soon as it got to the end when they had dinner, it felt like, and this is my personal feelings, I felt like she was maybe not trying to wrestle power, but more of a case trying to let him know, listen, hey, just to let you know, like, because remember the past conversation's already gone. So hey, just to let you know, like, I ain't the one to play with, okay? Because I will leave you. Like, it's like, I'm not saying she said all that, but I'm just saying the way, and of course it's edited. So when she dropped, because her exact words were, well, I've cheated as well. That in itself, even if the production asked you to talk about it, that drop for me was telling of itself. She's like, well, I've cheated as well. And it was like, wait, hold on a minute. So why were you giving a judgmental look when you cheated as well? Why are you in a rush now to go and talk about it? Tell me why are you in a rush to talk about it now, Noi? Okay, all right. So I started watching. I started looking at it and I said, gotta be careful. This lady here, if she feels any type of underappreciation, she could use some dark arts to get you back in and, make you feel some type of way. Steve, I'm just saying, be careful. You know what I'm saying? So, there was no, and I'm not sure if she put her hand down when they said about the whole cheating thing. So I'm not sure she did, which means girl was out here being dishonest. Okay, all right. That's another point against Noi's face. I'm watching Noi. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Steve is perfect. He also has got his own. Like I said, he needs to go and get a job. But I'm just saying I'm watching them both. Okay, this looks like it's going somewhere nice, but if people's feelings get hurt, it can go a different way. And someone said a really good point there. Life of Bodge. She gonna love bomb him and then withdraw, right? And it's possible, not necessarily. I don't think she would necessarily love bomb him. I think what she and people do this when they want to protect, when they self-protect, right? Like you're falling too fast and you don't know how to stop yourself. But then what happens when you realize the person's not falling the same way, as that person starts to fall, you then pull away too. It's actually an ounce of self-protection. Sometimes the power grab in the relationship, etc., etc. But let's say about that. I'm gonna leave them too. Next, let's talk about Lindsay and Mark. There's some interesting things here. Lindsay showed her tail eventually, and it was going to come out eventually, right? Because all that humor that she has is a deflection tool. Listen, I'm not saying that she's not that humorous. She is, but a lot of it is a deflection tool from dealing with the real issues that she has. We both know that both Mark and Lindsay have issues when it comes to parental. They've discussed this previously, but we definitely know that she has some issues with her mum, which she spoke about. Okay, now here's the issue. The argument that happened at the end, okay, all right, was triggered by what Mark had said, right? First and foremost, Mark saying slow down is not a good explanation as to what the heck you're trying to say. Right? Because you've already had sex and you saying slow down now without an explanation of what you really mean, and this is Mark's own problem as well, which we said was going to be a problem. His lack of ability to be assertive is an issue. His people-pleasing tendencies mean that when he explains things, he's going round about the mulberry bush, and now we've got a situation. Because that's what it really was, right? The words that he used, the words that he used about, I want to slow down, because what the heck is that, slow down? So she had a point in the sense of what the heck is slowing down? What does that even mean? How are we slowing down? That makes no sense. You know what I mean? So I totally get why she partly reacted in the way she did in terms of feeling a type of way about him saying slow down. She had every right. Now, where she went off the track and went completely left, okay, where she went completely left, and which I knew was coming because she's dealt with other people the exact same way. It was only a matter of time before she burnt the very person who she's in a relationship with, is that as soon as she got the opportunity to ransack him verbally, she took it, right? She just get it there. Well, you just be giving all your frontal. You just be out here doing whatever you want to do. You be farting out here when you want to fart. You know what I'm saying? You just be doing whatever you want to do, right? She didn't need to do all of that. But she did that because she was hurt. And rather than expressing that she was hurt, rather than expressing that I feel some type of way about what you said, rather than expressing that, hey, you know what, what I'm interpreting by what you're saying, as in slow down, is making me feel unsafe and it's making me feel fearful. Rather than being vulnerable in that moment, she took an opportunity to swipe. Now, when someone takes an opportunity to swipe in vulnerable moments, you better know that's their behavior. They're going to do it again. That's not abnormal. That's not a random thing. That's not, oh, I never do. No, they do this. This is not the first time. This is not their first time this is not their first time doing this kind of behavior, right? So she gonna do it again, right? And if you want evidence of that, you've seen how she's dealt with other people who are on the show with her, okay? So she as soon as she felt vulnerable, as soon as she felt exposed, as soon as she felt unprotected, as soon as she felt like Mark might have been pulling away, she immediately started to attack, which is a self-destruct button. Oh, I knew you were gonna, and what happened is I knew you weren't no good. I knew you was gonna run away. And all of this actually really stems from the fact that the parental issue, all the ex-boyfriends have been trashed and engineers. Okay, like she said. All right. Okay, and Mark is a perfect storm. The expert's an absolute job. Mark is a perfect storm to be a victim in this situation. I'm not saying victim in terms of anything abuse. I'm just saying in terms of the fact that this becoming a perfect storm to go kaput, because Mark is not assertive. Mark is gonna be, when people say I've got a big heart, what oftentimes people really mean is I got no boundaries. It's not that, I'm not saying every person, but a lot of times people say I got a big heart. No, you got no boundaries. Okay, you're soft. All right, yeah, you let people trash you about. I haven't got a big heart. I'll be honest with you. You do it to me, mate. And I'll be honest with you. I've counted it once, but the second time, you're out. You know what I mean? So a lot of times that situation comes in, and I'll give you another example. When he started telling us about his exes, every story was a sad story. Every story was about how a woman mistreated him. And listen, don't get twisted. I said this on the on Tuesday. What did I say to you? Men need to be held accountable for the type of woman they are choosing. Did she choose him or did he choose that girl? He chose that girl that he was dating. And if this happened more than once, I've got to question you, Mark. You got a bit of a savior complex. Right, all this big heart stuff, it's nice, but sir, you're now in a situation, and where you're gonna have to be assertive, right? So you will see my reviews when it comes out. There's more detail in terms of their argument, which will go even deeper into some of the things that she was doing. So I thought it was a bit of a manipulation from her, but hey. Then we had obviously we had Alyssa and Chris. Listen, Alyssa is just, you know what it is? Alyssa's not even, previous seasons where people are villains, we might have labeled them narcissists. Alyssa's not even a narcissist. She's just mean. She's just mean. Like, she's just mean. Like, the girl is, she's just mean. Like, and it's just like, babe, like, we know you didn't get what you wanted, but then all that talk about, oh, I just want to be able to, move through the process and just like do whatever, right? You're not even entertaining anything. So, like, when he asked you to go to the surfboard, the little snorkeling thing, that's when you shut things down. And then the real you came out when you said, I don't want to be next to him. I dislike him. I don't even like him. And even your mum is telling you, just for TV, baby, just play along. You can't even do that. Oh, no, sis. You can't even do that. And I just realized, someone said Alyssa's a spoiled brat. That's essentially what she's illustrating to us. A lack of decorum and really just a lack of taste and the way she handles things. I wouldn't be angry if you said you didn't want to be in this relationship and you can't do it. I wouldn't be angry. It's the way you're going about it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, and I'm gonna say this. I'm not here, and I'm gonna say this for us man them. I'm not here to try and get these ladies to start falling for you over a period of time. Either you like me now or you don't. I don't know what this. Listen, I know ladies can do it. I know women can do it. But whenever I hear these tales of women growing to like a man, I always hear another tale which comes along, which is that man was being consistently there. Let me say pressuring. Should I say pressuring? Pressuring the right word? Can I say pressuring the right word? You're there all the time. And then she finally caved in. And then she grew to like you or something like that. And it's like, oh, brother, listen, as for me, ladies and gentlemen, please, ladies, if you're going to grow to like me, I don't need you. Okay? There's plenty of women out there that will like me from the beginning. There's plenty of women out there for me to like from the beginning. Men don't usually grow and like anyway, so it doesn't really work the same way. But, I think there's so much fish in the sea. Why do us mandem have to keep knocking on doors where the girls having to grow to like you? Choose somebody that's gonna like you. I don't understand. For me, it doesn't make sense. For me, it doesn't make sense. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I am not that beggy to go after a girl, and just because she's fine, I'm gonna keep on hitting the door, hoping that she's gonna open the door like Jesus is knocking on my heart. Like, no, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. There's plenty of women out there. Man, there's plenty of lovely women out there. If she's not opening the door, there's another one. Go to another one. Why are we orbiting? You know what I mean? Moving like the sun around, or the earth around the sun. It's not necessary. There's so many women out there, you know. I get sad when I hear these stories of ladies saying, he was consistent. What? Yeah, he's always been there, like, through all my ex-boyfriends. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, blood, so you just gave him because like everyone else didn't work out and you finally gave that guy a chance. I don't want you guys to be that guy. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. There's someone that loves you as number one. Be that guy. You understand? Yeah? Maybe you need to switch your target. Anyway, listen. But that's Chris and Alyssa anyway. It is what it is. And then we have, obviously, Michael and Jasmina. I think this argument really is really... This argument, I get both sides, right? I get where Jasmina's coming from in a sense of, you know what? I didn't say it... so I'm not apologizing, and I do get a part of what she's saying there, because obviously she didn't. From what we can see on what they showed as a playback, it doesn't look like anybody cut anybody else off, right? But cut off, when someone gets cut off, sometimes it can be. I would say sometimes it can be subjective in the sense of sometimes someone could be thinking that they're about to say something, and someone then interjects, right? And that can to them can feel like a cut off. Right, so I can understand both sides of things. I think what could have been done to help that situation is on both sides, right? He should have explained that, hey, look, I was thinking, because I can't see where he said it. So I was thinking at the time, and when I was trying to get my thoughts together, and when you spoke, my bad, I was triggered. Because I felt like, you were kind of cutting across me. He ain't really explained that part. See, and this is what I'm saying about empathy. Is some people find it very difficult to have empathy when we don't understand what the heck is going on, right? Because remember, we're forming our own narratives from our own end, from our own perception. So if we're talking about understanding, she might not have seen his angle, right? For instance, if we take in information that we've, if we take in information. What's happened to him in his past life. He mentioned to her earlier on that, hey, I find it difficult to express myself and talk. Well, from my perspective, because maybe I've dealt with people like that, people who struggle to express themselves, when they are expressing themselves, you actually have to give them a bit more grace and time to get out every thought. So maybe what could have happened from Jasmina's side was like, and this is something that they can do going forward, because she would have never, and this is to Michael's point when they had the first argument. Nobody knows everybody's boundaries, right? But Jasmina was like, as I was like, Jasmina, no, you don't know everyone's boundaries. This is what can happen now for the next conversation is that either Jasmina or him take the initiative when someone's talking, say, hey, have you finished? And he can say, yeah, I finished. Or he can even volunteer and say, listen, babe, I finished now, right? I've come to the end of my conclusional thoughts. Then she can then interject, right? So that's the solution to some of the issues. Because this argument was really about past demeanors, past things that have happened to both of them. She's anticipating that he's being negative. He's also overthinking some certain things, and then he's not really expressing fully the way that he actually feels about the situation. She's also, and I feel like Jasmina doesn't do that well with emotions. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, but just that not everyone deals with emotions or is able to discuss emotions so well, right? So long as it's not a hindrance to your whole entire life, I don't think that's a problem. I just think she's not as great dealing with emotions. I'll give you an example. When he started talking about how, people have died on him, I mean, her response wasn't really that great. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if she didn't have to really handle that situation very well. Again, not everyone can handle that, but again, if somebody's got a grip on how to handle emotions very well, they deal with a situation slightly differently. And I just felt like she didn't know how to deal with it. And again, it's not bad. It's just a case of, I don't think she handles that emotional side that well. Therefore, him being emotional, bearing in mind he grew up in a household of women, and this is my final point before I move on to the next couple, because I don't want to go too deep because you guys have to watch my reviews. If you grow up in a household of women, compared to a household where there's a man in leadership, I'm gonna be raw here, okay? Us as men, oftentimes, if you've got a masculine male representative, what will happen is when males are talking to males, we actually deal in declarative statements, orders, commands, right? It's not meant to be aggressive, it's meant to be direct. And what can happen is, and what should happen as for us as men, is that we learn how to move in that energy, which is being direct without being aggressive, right? Being able to command without being aggressive. What can happen when you grow up in an all-female household is, and I think this is where maybe he's got a situation is, this is my perspective, don't shoot me, it's my perspective. Whenever I'm dealing with women, oftentimes, those who got a good grip on emotion, if you grow up in a predominant environment where there's women involved, you are going to grow up in an environment where there's a lot more feelings, not emotions. Like, I'm not saying that women are more emotional. I don't like that term. I don't think it's a correct term. I want to say that there are more conversations around feelings, right? Because women tend to be more empathetic towards situations, right? They see things from an emotional standpoint. They can see the emotions attached to an incident, right? Whereas men will just go, is this, that. And not saying either one's right or wrong. We're talking about being able to perceive it from different ends. So if you grew up in a household, particularly where there are a lot of women involved, which you grew up around his sisters and grew up with women, and his dad passed away, unfortunately, what can happen is you interpret every situation from an emotional standpoint. Jasmina's coming from a position where she's not dealing with the emotional standpoint. We've now got a clash. And we've actually got a reversal. So and now we've got a situation where she's like, I didn't say it is what it is. He's like, no, but that's how I felt. But he hasn't expressed that's how I felt. He's expressed it like that's what happened, rather than saying, hey, this is how I felt in that moment because of da-da-da. And he hasn't explained again the backstory behind it. Hey, do you know what? When I felt like I was cut off, the reason why I was triggered was because it felt like I wasn't being heard. Because that's what he feels like when people passing and dying on you. You might feel like you've never been heard, you've never been listened to, you've never been, you know what I mean? No one's really had an ear for you. And he said he's always been a lone wolf. So some of this thing, some of these things, the way that the way he's reacting, I can see both sides. I'm not saying Jasmina's wrong. I'm not even saying he's wrong per se. I'm saying there's just better ways to handle the conflict that they had, right? And this is the only part that I agree with him with. The part was that an apology that says how you feel is not an apology. If you say to someone, I apologize for how you feel, that is not an apology. You must not apologize. Like, you just must not apologize. It's not an apology, right? The classic example is what Zadia asked me for an apology. That's the apology I gave her, because I was not apologizing. I told her, I said what I said. So you won't get this apology. I mean, I'm apologize for how you received it. That's not an apology. It really isn't an apology. You know what I mean? I say what I see. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think there's both ways. And again, my final point in this is, if he became aggressive, which he agreed to, that in his tone and his demeanor, in the way he approached the subject when he was dealing with her originally, that's not going to get her to be empathetic or understanding towards you. That's going to get her vexed. Right? That's just going to get her vexed. And now she's not going to try and want to understand where you're coming from. So he made a mistake with that aggressive forefront move. And that's what I'm saying to you about when you grow up in a household. If you have a man that you have in there who's good handle on his masculinity, he will teach you how to be direct, not aggressive. Because aggression often comes from the fact that you're unable to express yourself effectively. Right? So in that scenario, he would have probably had a better way of expressing himself, but he's come with the aggression there. Someone said that Michael's sitting on the bench. Yeah, I do think Michael should sit on the bench in here. I said this from earlier. I don't know if he's fully recovered. I don't know if he's on the full-on therapy. I don't think he's on the work necessarily, to heal from these traumas of losing people. So I personally think he should be in there. My final points. Got a little white there. Oh, there you go. My final points before I invite my panelists on. My final points in this is around Olu and Katina. Man, you know what? My red flag started blinging up, in the lack of self-awareness at the boat situation, right? Brother, you are married, okay? for you to think this was a moment for you to be glorified, because that's how he took it, right? That's why he told the story about having the mom and the sister. He was a mom and a daughter. He was so excited to tell that story, right? That's what told me that I don't think he has all his priorities fully straight. I don't think he's fully healed from his past misdemeanors of what he's doing. He hasn't left Isaac. Oh, he hasn't left Isaac. Isaac's still fully there. Isaac is just waiting for the opportunity to come out. Isaac hasn't left. So on that boat, why would you get so excited about saying? And it's not even just that; it's the way he told the story. So the way he told the story, and he had to force the story. It wasn't like anyone pulled it out of him. He had to ask the question. So guys, like, is there anything you want to ask your partners? Right? Oh yeah. Has anybody slept in the same family? Well, you already know when you ask that question, it's already direct. He led that conversation. He wanted to tell that story. That should tell you where his mind is at. It's not a wise one right now. That was the first one. I was like, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, right? Let alone the threesome part. Then my next red flag for him was the grand speeches he was making with old girl. I will always love you. I will always protect you. You know, I'm going to be here, you know, treating you like this all the time. I'm like, brother, you're coming out. And you know what? It makes sense, because he's always played away the game. And what he sounds like is a newbie dating. You know, like when you first get your first love, you make so many grand comments and statements to that person. When you get to your second or third one, you learn, shut up. Don't say those lines, because you can't complete that. All those grand statements, it's like he's new to this. And he is, because he's always been doing madness in his past life. This is the first one he's been doing. And I just don't think he has the boosters, or I should say the stamina, to complete the course doing this energy. You know what I mean? Right? And my final point before I open it to panelists now, I am very much concerned when you start to two things. If I can't talk about Isaac and ask you about Isaac, you're not over Isaac. Therefore, you're probably still in Isaac mode. That shame that you feel about Isaac, listen, it's not even a shame, because you're not even talking as if it's shame. You're saying, I don't want to talk about that. That for me, that locked. Listen, of course, everybody's gonna move at their own pace to express certain things. But sir, this is your F-boy days. This is not deep trauma. This is your F-boy days. Okay, you're going on like his deep trauma in Isaac days, like something really mad was happening, bro. You're out here in the streets. That's all. So come and tell us what happened with Isaac. You know what I'm saying, right? So unless there's a deeper meaning attached, I don't know why he did that. And then, like I said, I tested her. I wanted to see if she was gonna say something. Well, if you're already testing your wife to see what she will say or what she will do, sir, you haven't got a wife anymore. You got a secretary. It's no longer your wife. So that's me. Quick summary. Let me bring on people onto the stage now. Let's get a little bit of a conversation going. Do you feel me? All right. All right, cool. Yes. Hello, ladies. How we doing? Hello.
Well.
How we doing? That's what I like to see. Like the little red background for you to go.
Thank you.
Do your thing. Listen, it was an interesting episode. Very much so. I'm gonna go to Latoya first. Latoya, you can talk about any person you want to talk about, whoever you feel strongest about talking. Tell us your thoughts on this episode. Who do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Noi and Steve for a second, because I found their dynamic, although they seem like they're in the best place right now because of all the other hoopla. I found a couple of things about Noi a little concerning for me.
Okay.
For me, I feel like, obviously she rushed into the whole love thing. I don't know if just the hype of talking to the producers put like a battery in her back and she ran over there to express her love, which I thought was premature and not really grounded in reality. I think that she has kind of this like romanticized, almost like Disney-esque type of perception of love and marriage. And that's further confirmed by when they were in the pool, right? So this is my main point. I found that whole transaction in the pool for me to be very like validation seeking, like fishing for compliments. How much
Mm.
do you love kissing me? You know, on a scale from 0 to 100, and then she had to break it down further on a scale from 50 to 100. It's like, how much do you like being around me? And for me, Steve is already showing signs that he's into her, like
Mm.
kissing her with the morning breath. Like, I
Yeah.
think that I think she's what, 30 and he's 38. I mean, a
Mm.
lot happens between
In that
those years
time.
in terms of, yeah, in maturity level. But for me, all that validation seeking, um, he seems more grounded, like in like cool and collected. And I don't know if she continues to kind of have those kind of validation seeking type of behaviors, if that's going to wear thin on him over time. So that's kind of my like initial thoughts. It kind of who I felt strongly about. I'm like, for me, that's not going to work too long. How you feel about how you enjoy kissing me? No, no, no. That would be annoying for me.
I actually forgot about that part, but you're right. Yeah, she was asking for ratings, weren't she, as well at one point as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna wear thin very quickly, very very quickly. I'm with you on that. Okay, cool, cool. Let me go to, is it Alicia or Alicia? How do I say it?
Alicia.
Alicia, thank God. You know what I mean. I was having hard palpitations there. Alicia,
Yeah.
Alicia, sorry. Who do you want to talk about? What's your thoughts on this episode?
You know, I think Jasmina,
Mm.
for me, is somebody who's was disappointed in. I guess it's a heavy word, but definitely was just a little disappointed in how she responded to Michael. Um, yes, in a perfect world, right? You're supposed to reassure yourself and when you are feeling like heightened anxiety about a situation, which we see with everybody pretty much, like, oh, testing people and all of that nonsense. But if he's like in a space of like, oh, I want to make sure that you feel like I'm giving 100% because I feel distant, but I'm kind of quiet, so I don't. So he's having some anxiety there, right? And her response to him was like not reassuring at all. Not her job, but still, as a wife, I would just to say, we're still learning each other, for at least to give that. We're still learning each other. You know, this is day 3. We're gonna be okay. Or we're gonna get through this process. Take one day at a time. If not, she still has her, if she's still on the fence, she can still at least give him that. But the snippiness, like she never meets him, like gives him a warm place to land. I think there's a way that she can hold him accountable and help guide him to see how the mistakes he's making and still give him like just a safe place to land as he is showing up in a place where he talked about it with all the loss that he's experienced. It's just I want her to do better. I do. And so, but I do understand for her to it's almost like because their hurts are similar. She's been abandoned. That it's almost coming off dismissive, like I got through it. Why can't you get through it? I'm manning up. Why can't you man up? Kind of thing. But it also shows, like you said, where she's not doing the emotional work for herself to be present for him and his feelings. So this is going to be an interesting match because he leads with his feelings and she leads with her
Mm.
protection.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
that's my
That's I love that. I love those words there, leading with those particular frameworks. Absolutely true. Love that.
yeah.
Thank you for that. Fafa, I hope I said it right. Oh, you there, Fafa? Are you there? Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. We want to hear your thoughts. Who do you want to talk about?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Um, my thoughts. As far as I did kind of find it strange that with it came to Noy, the fact that Toya said the reassurance. How many times?
Fafa, you're going in and out. You're going in and out. I think you might need to just exit, come back in, and hopefully that might just solve your issue. But you're going in and out. Your connection is going in and out.
Okay.
Yeah. Pop out and then pop back in and see if that works better for you. All right.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's cutting. Life of Bodge, Chris, talk to me, bro.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay, cool. What are we talking about? I missed a bit.
This one's open at the moment. I haven't asked any questions yet,
really?
so yeah. So you
Okay.
just choose one you want to talk about, and then we'll flow.
Okay. Might as well talk about Michael and Jasmina. For me, well, I think we need to start. You know, probably just writing up those divorce papers. I don't think they're gonna make it. I think we can probably say that. I don't think she's. Do you know what it is? I think they both have issues. We know that, but I also think it's just a lack of empathy and the way they communicate. She's not interested in sort of seeing his point of view, and I think this was kind of what we kind of saw that in the first sort of argument they had last episode, where you know, he was just saying, look, we're going to have arguments, we're going to have disputes, but you know, it's all about getting to know each other. She dismissed it, and now look, they're in that exact same position where they're having arguments, they're having disputes, and they don't know how to handle it because she's not willing to accept that you're two different people, you know. And I think what scared me the most from this situation was the fact that she didn't have empathy. Michael obviously said he woke up in the morning, he's overthinking, and I think if you actually listen to what Michael was saying, he wasn't blaming her. He wasn't saying that she's distant. He was basically saying, I think I'm overthinking. I think I am the one who actually is actually stopping us from progressing. That was what he said. She took it as an attack on her. She turned around and she used it against him. And then she then brought up what happened, what his sister said, and then she used it against him. And you're thinking, this is madness. So then obviously they had the opportunity to kind of explain further. Michael then broke down his history, right? The death he's experienced. He went through all of that. And then her response was basically, well, you know, I think different people handle different situations differently. You know, you see the negative, other people see the positive. Like, really? How about some empathy? No empathy at all. That was the conclusion she drew. That was that, look, yeah, you need to deal with your issues. How about some empathy? You think, and people were saying that they may trauma bond, but she's not even trying to do that with him. She's just like, that's your problem. And I think they've suffered a different type of loss. So you think, oh, okay, you know, there'd be that kind of, no, she would try and understand him. I don't think she's trying to do that. And then on his side, bro, like, you just need to communicate better. Do you know what I mean? Get out of your head and just release whatever it is you want to say. And I think he's actually trying. He actually laid his cards on the table, but he's got the wrong woman to do it with. She doesn't have the patience for him, or the empathy. And he's going to shut down, and she's just going to use that against him. And yeah, we're going to have there'll probably be a decision day. It's done for them. I can't see it. I can't see it progressing. Communication's a massive thing. It's a massive thing. So yeah, that's an open topic for me.
Love that opening, sir. Love that opening. Let me get Fafa back in and see if we can get her to work the magic. Appreciate Love Watch. It was good stuff there. Fafa, go for it.
Yeah, what I was saying previously was with the Lloyd and Steve, that the fact that she kept asking him the same question and he had to like keep repeating himself. I kind of was annoyed for her. But one thing I do realize, I don't think people remember, Jasmina said the day of the wedding, she was not attracted. She didn't say she was attracted to him. Her response was basically saying that, So I feel like once she's noticed that that's not her typical type, that caused her to be guarded in a sense. And he's already guarded, as he says that, listen, if you give me energy where I'm not wanted, he's not gonna give you that same energy. And then so she already put in that standoffish attitude towards him, and it's like it's not gonna really work well. And then I don't. People say they trauma bonding. I don't think they are, because I feel like she dealt with her issues, and in a sense where he I can't say for sure he hasn't. So like some people have been saying, like you said that also is the fact that she doesn't. She been there, done that, and she's like, yo, you really gotta catch up. And I feel like the only reason why she has the attitude she has is because she's not attracted to him. She's not Alyssa. Alyssa is just like, ugh, he irks me. Where she's more doing it in a nonchalant, in a way where you really cannot, you won't be able to tell she's really becoming really stink towards him. And he already told you off bat, yo, I have issues. I'm dealing with it. Be patient with me, but she's not patient. She's not gonna be patient because one, she's not attracted to him. So that's double whammy right there.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. You make a good point on that. In terms of that, if the attraction's not there, that does make it very harder to want to make the effort to empathize. I think she's not she's not a deeply empathetic person, so she would have to try harder. And if the attraction's not there, you don't even have that initial. And remember, this is only like 3-4 days in. That's the honeymoon phase. This is the stage. This is why I was even concerned about Olu and them people, because I'm just like, this is a honeymoon phase. This is where we should be seeing. This is where we should be seeing representatives. This is where we should be seeing extra effort, extra work rate, and we're not even seeing that. So it's like it's not gonna get better, because you know what I mean. So yeah, but since we've stayed on the Jasmina and Michael situation, maybe we can open up the conversation and talk a little bit about a bit more in depth and see what people were kind of feeling about that. Alicia, what was your kind of thoughts into that, if any, as what's been said already?
Yeah, I even just put in a chat. I feel like she protects herself by creating distance in relationships. She has all these long distance relationships as her mode, her safety. And so even him feeling the distance, it's like Mike is quiet, but she's also just, you could tell, just the wall is there. Whether she's attracted to him or not, the wall is there. And he doesn't seem to know how to navigate that. The type of women that he was raised around are warm, accepting. I mean, they reached out and grabbed Jasmina, and she's in the family. She's in the fold. And so I think that's the energy he's used to. And so this, like, hot, well, really it's just cold. It's not even hot. When I saw them take a selfie on the bus on the way to the boat, I was like, I wonder what the conversation was to get to the selfie. Like, I wondered, like, how did that happen? Because to see them get close and then pose for a picture, I'm like, what was that like? I really feel like she keeps people at bay. She keeps the distance, and you have to jump through hoops. You have to go through my scrutiny, which is me picking arguments every 5 seconds. I mean, the smallest arguments, even things. She did something, then he said you did it, and then she said no, I didn't. It's like every single thing he does, this man can't win. So I really don't feel like she has the ability to open up and fully be a safe space for even herself, to trust herself, to allow him to connect with him. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Love that. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing you on that, on those points as well. And I think, as you stated there, and you mentioned about even the long distance and defensiveness as well from Jasmina. I think, and again, I actually think, these two are just wrong combination. I don't think that they're two people that are like, oh my God, no, they shouldn't ever be on that. No, I think it's just a wrong combination. Who are gonna need extensive, for this to work. We need experts to be on job. Like, they can't actually sit down and not do anything. They actually would have to be involved, holding hands, taking them through steps, and, you know, really helping them through that journey, because they both need to learn each other, and learn about each other as they're going forward. And I think that's very difficult. I think, and I'm trying to be hesitant in trying to go too heavy on Jasmina, because I'm trying to understand her point of view as well. Because, like I said, I don't think she necessarily is bad. I just think that the person she's with is not her person. Do you know what I mean? To deal with her particular energy that she brings. One thing I do remember about the situation with Jasmina, I was trying to think, was the argument that they had first time round actually didn't feel like it was ever solved. And I wonder if she's conflict avoidant, because, and then she puts the whole "I'm positive" on top of it, but you conflict avoidant, babe, okay? And we're gonna need to sort that out, because what it does, that argument that they had was so silly. It was like, all it needed was her to just say, and, you know, all it needed for her to say, let me just put it straight. All she needed to say was, do you know what? We're two different people. We see things differently. You know, if she really wanted to go to that point, I agree to disagree. It's fine. I mean, the point for me was pretty simple. We're gonna learn each other as we grow. If you don't agree with that, all right, cool. But the least you could have said was, let's agree to disagree. And then I saw that same thing happen in the argument this time round, when he said, I agree with you. Do you know what? Let's apologize the way we want to apologize, and everybody has to accept it as they accept it, right? Because we're two different people, and the way we interpret things are different. As soon as he said we're two different people, she said, but it's not like that, though. It's not like that. And I was like, wait, babe, he's giving you the, he's saying it's cool. Like, you know what? You're right. We're two different people. So I'm interpreting the way I'm doing it. You're interpreting it. And she didn't want to leave it as that. What she wanted to do was bring him to her side. And then, so it's like, so within that, I get that she was frustrated with his energy and the way he was bringing it. I was just like, babe, just as he's overthinking, you're overdoing. Because you've heard what you've heard from the sisters, and you've not let it go since. So we're gonna have to work with both of these parties, because his overthinking needs to be worked on. I think her overdoing gonna be worked on. Latoya, jump in there for me. What's your thoughts on Jasmina and Michael?
It's interesting because I battled with if she's attracted to him or not. But for me, she gives mixed signals. I remember distinctly when they were on the catamaran, she had her hand like in his thigh. And I'm like, that's a lot of energy. Because for me, I would kind of be like, does she like me? Does she not? Because, just, going into the season, I'm like, look at this woman. She's like this goddess woman. I'm like, how's she gonna feel? But she was giving him energy, like she's cool. And I think she's really done a good job of like curating her own little world. Like she's really into her Korean stuff, and she feels to me like she has this wall up. Like she curates her world. She goes into these long distance relationships because they work for her. She can kind of stay up till 4:00 in the morning and watch her K-pop or whatever she's into. And I don't see how the lone wolf and this woman who's curated this space or this world, how they're going to really be able to come together, especially with the traumas that they have. And I don't remember him especially ever mentioning like working through therapy, because like you guys have said, to watch your brother die at 6 years old, that's a lot. And just both parents and all of this loss, I'm just like, I don't know how someone who hasn't done years of like trauma-informed therapy can come on this platform and go from lone wolf to marrying this woman with her own set of issues. Yeah. So, but for me, I wouldn't know how she felt about him, because I'm not putting my hand in somebody's thigh for show. Because if she want to put on a good front for the rest of the couples, I mean, we don't have to worry about that. Alyssa and Chris, they done. Like, we don't care. Like, so what would motivate her to show that display of affection if a part of her is not kind of feeling him? So for me, she's a mixed bag. And I agree with you guys. She doesn't necessarily emote in a way that I think somebody as wounded as him would need, especially in comparison. The point you made about his sisters, they're just like this big, loving, soft spot. And to go from that as a support system to her as your main support system as a wife, I think that's a big leap.
I hear you. I hear you. I'm with you. I think it is a big leap. And I haven't heard any trauma. Sorry, I haven't heard any therapy. He mentioned that he's gone to any therapy. You know, and listen, you know, there are always exceptions to rules. Some people can, I wouldn't say necessarily be unfazed, but they can handle it very, very well. But he's not handling it very, very well. That's the point. You know what I mean? It's causing behaviors from him necessarily that are not going to be conducive to a relationship. So, you know, I wanted to hear that, oh, I'm working through it, or I'm in therapy right now. This is why I said, like, Woody was different to everybody else coming on the show, because Woody was telling us, I've done the work. So when I do this, this is what I do. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, that he will get the help that he needs, because being in a relationship is only going to further expose those wounds that you have underneath the surface. Laughable, do you want to jump back in to add to the conversation?
Okay. Maybe someone can clarify for me. Did Jasmina say she's been to therapy? Was that something that they was ever discussed?
I don't know.
Or are we assuming that she's gone to therapy? But I think that, yeah, because I think their issues are two different things, you know. I think he's experienced a lot of loss, whereas she's had abandonment from parents, but she still benefited from a nuclear family. So stepmother, stepfather, whatever you want to call it, she still had a family unit in terms of almost a traditional family unit and two parents. So I think it can manifest in different ways, and it can look all neat and packaged together, but we're seeing it manifest in different ways. Her dating history, what is that? That's not a normal situation. You're looking at someone like that kind of, and everyone keeps talking about her beauty, right? That's something that we all keep pointing out, and I think oftentimes for a lot of women, that can almost be a cover for maybe how they are inside, and we don't really see it because we're looking at their beauty and we're just saying, yeah, you know. And that's why the whole is she attracted to him, we keep bringing up. It's because we're looking at her and thinking she's really, really beautiful. Why would she be with this particular guy? Why would she be attracted to this particular guy? She could do better. This is what we're actually thinking in our minds. It's not something that she's ever said, though. Her reactions are a bit awkward. You can't really tell, but I think we're projecting a lot of it onto her. But then again, maybe because she's never been in a normal relationship situation, that's why we can't really tell whether she actually likes him or not.
That's
because
true.
it doesn't manifest this way. So I would say let's take a step back from that. And I think both of them have issues. To me, it's glaring. Like, I can see just by the way in which she's approaching this. This is not a normal situation, right? Like, if you're having distant relationships, you probably don't really argue. You probably don't really argue because the daily sort of things of life, or tone and things, the way people say stuff to your face, you know, and people don't question whether whether we're getting closer, because it's all honeymoon phase over the phone or whatever it is. I don't know what a long distance relationship looks like or what it seems like, but it seems like, you know, this is a total different situation. And then there's pressure as well for this to work. And I think this is what you're seeing come out in terms of Michael. He's identified flaws in his own life, and he keeps talking about them. He's going to keep on talking about them because obviously he doesn't want to make a mistake. The problem is she's not the right person for him to have the patience to work with him. I'm not saying she should have to do that, but that's what they've given us, right? We don't have any other person they can both choose from. So yeah, I just think that's the situation they're both in. I think they're going to struggle unless, as you said, Dr. Carl and Dr. Pepper get involved and do some serious work. We don't need Dr. Viviana because she don't do nothing. So, but yeah, she'll do that. Oh, you want to interview her, bro? Go for it.
Why not, man? Fine lady like that.
She ain't ever done that, man, on that show, man. She was
defended.
Yeah, she defended the worst of the worst. So We ain't got time for her. But yeah, that's it for me, man. I genuinely just think they need some serious help, like some intervention in terms of some tools, because both of them aren't equipped to deal with each other and the way in which they communicate. So it's not all their fault, but damn, man, like, you know, both of them need to get out their own heads and just see each other for who you are. I don't think she's gonna ever accept him for who he is. So yeah, good luck to him. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, love, bud. I think there's another, you know, aspect to this relationship, which is both parties not being in their safest places emotionally, right? Because he needs someone that's going to be empathetic and emotional, that's going to be able to tender to what he's gone through, you know, take care in the way that they address things, how they talk about things, how they move with things. That's what he's going to need. I think also she's going to need somebody that also is not going to be, for her, that's going to be strong, that's also going to have a grip on his emotions and be able to handle himself, so that allows her to also be able to rest. Because, you know, both parties are wrestling with this ability, what they've gone through in terms of their traumas, right? And sometimes you need the other person to kind of be a safe landing space for you to do that. If I'm looking at her position, I'm looking at her, looking at him, going, he weak. Not that he actually is, but he weak. He can't handle what I'm going through. You know what I'm saying? I've got to handle his stuff, then I handle mine. Like, yo, like, I'm just going to have to be strong. So that means now she can't be as vulnerable as she needs to be, right? So you ain't never going to get that energy from her, because she might be thinking that way. And vice versa for him too. He ain't really going to be able to be strong as you want him to be, because he's looking at going, you've never given me the space to be vulnerable and express what's in my heart and what's in my mind. So, you know, this is where we're saying that both parties here are going to need extensive work, are going to need some input. They're going to need the experts to be on point. They're going to need the experts to be saying and talking life into the situation and helping them see from different perspective. Otherwise, this is a train crash with scars at the end of it, you know, which, you know, I know relationships do happen like that, but, you know, they were married at first sight. We're hoping that there will be people that are going to be able to speak and help them through these moments. Okay, Fafa, what's your thoughts into what we're discussing at the moment?
I don't know if you guys remember during the wedding when Michael sat down with her mom and her stepdad, and then her stepdad was like, listen, I'm trying to remember. And he was like, hey, she likes a man. She basically likes to control a man, but you cannot control her. And the mom stopped them. And the mom had to stop that. And I'm like, wait, there's more to that. And as the thing with Michael, as I'm an island person. I'm from Haiti, and I understand his perspective, where he's coming from. That's how most of them work. Is the fact that as an island guy, Michael perspective and when she's Jamaican is two different dynamic in the sense where how can I say without trying to sound some way? It's just like he needs, like you said, he needs someone that's gonna cater to him. And that's gonna, in a sense, baby him, but not necessarily baby him. And then she's not going to be able, I'm not gonna say she's not. I don't wanna project and be like, it doesn't seem like she's gonna put that effort into coddling him and empathizing with him and trying to, like his sister been doing all their life. He's the baby of the family. So in a sense, and I think she's starting to notice, that's how like she pick and choose. The first fight was simple. You guys have different opinion, cut it, leave it there. The second issue was with, I personally did not see him, her cutting him off. I seen it like in a sense, because he kind of paused. And it's like she just flow in and interject herself into the conversation. It wasn't like no long pause. Like he literally, I think he like suggested, was like, basically looked at her, was like, go ahead. That's how I look at it. But he took it to a whole new level. I'm like, Wait, what? But he's as a Caribbean guy, they do not like to be interrupted. They do
I
not like to
understand.
be feel like, especially if he's not secure with himself,
Mm,
they do not want to feel any type of way where, oh, you think you're better than me? Oh, I'm the man. Even though I'm shorter or my attractiveness is like what you used to, still he be like, I'm the man and that's what it is. He might take it like that's how I felt like that's how I took it. You
mm-hmm.
understand? For me personally, I just based on my perspective on dealing with Caribbean guys growing up in a Haitian household, not seeing how most Haitian households operate, that's what I made the assumption is why he reacted like that, and I understand to some extent why he felt the way he felt.
Mm. Okay, I appreciate that, Father. Good perspective. I appreciate it. Thank you. Uh, Alicia, what are you saying? I saw your face light up. So talk to me.
Yes, no, and that was good perspective for me. I appreciated her giving that cultural reference. That makes sense. I did. He even on the boat when he was speaking, he asked. He's like, "So, what has it been? You know, 3 days?" And
Mm.
then she interjected, but there was space there. So I think both situations where they fought, it was just a
That's what I'm
miscommunication.
saying.
It's like it's not. This isn't hard stuff. We are not in Mark and Lindsay land. So this is like this is very easy stuff. They could really truly be in a place where they could just be exploring and learning each other. But they're both of their anxiety is getting in the way. It's truly getting in the way. And it's sad to see because I really wanted it to work out. I get excited about
Mm.
black love, but I understand how hard it is. It is hard. And so, Jasmina not having a secure family structure, having a stepfather who's he himself was coming off very
You can say it,
aggressive.
sis. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
You can say
aggressive,
it.
and so it's almost like she like mirrors that energy, you know. And Michael, him, even when he was getting dressed for the or picking out his tux for the wedding, he's just like, I look like a husband. I said, oh no, here we go. Like he's dressed like it's a costume, you know. He's romanticizing this thing that's not a, it's very much similar to Elijah. Like this is not a transformation chamber
Mm-hmm.
experience. You have to come
I know
ready,
that.
and that's the thing that frustrates me about the experts. It's like, why does the show start with a honeymoon? I don't. We should be starting somewhere else first. We can
Mm.
have the wedding, but let's have maybe just more like intimacy, like a workshop or something. I know that won't be as entertaining, but it could at least help these couples get some skills to help themselves to get to a place where they can move towards a honeymoon. But I really feel like both Jasmina and Michael could benefit from something like that because they
Yeah.
are not at a space where they're coming, you know, I don't think purposely hurting each other. Like
Yeah.
that's not what's happening here. And so that's why it's really disappointing to see it because they really could make it work. It's just they have some stuff they gotta get through to get there.
Yeah. And I guess obviously because the conflicts are kind of avoidable. As someone said,
There.
yeah, it is. I mean, the two that's happened could have been avoided. It
So
literally. I was looking at the situation and I was like, this could have been avoided. The first one they had
yeah.
did not need to be an argument. The second one also too, I can see why it's kind of an argument. If you get a little bit aggressive earlier on and kind of push for an apology, I can see how a little bit. But it's like again, this one really could have been avoided. Like And bear in mind, you're 4 days in. And that's what makes me really think that there's trauma, power struggles. There are other aspects playing into this because it's so early on. And usually in the early stage of a relationship where you're forming, you have a little bit of that gloss. People don't want to show their tail just yet. But people are out here on day 4 showing tail, meaning that we're ready to show you the frontal, as somebody said. You know what I mean? Like they're proper showing their true self. So, I think there's other things that are working into, how these arguments are kind of formed with these two. And I expect a few more, to be honest. I expect a few more. It'll be interesting to see if they ever... I don't know if they'll make it or not. It'll be interesting if they did make it. I mean, boy... they'd have done some work if they made it, do you know what I mean? And God bless them if they make it to the end, do you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, let me get final thoughts on this particular couple, and then we'll introduce Oluwajan and... Oluwajan? You know what, Olu? He's getting Olu, bro, because that's his name, Olu. We say Love Budge.
Bro, I can't believe what you're saying. Nah, bro.
What
you
am I
say
saying?
his name like that?
Oluwajan, what's his name?
Elijah one.
Elijah one.
Yeah,
Where's Elijah coming from? Where's Elijah coming from? What letter says Elijah?
You are making it up.
What letter says Elijah?
Oh, Elijah.
Bro, you're making it up.
Elijah.
That's not his name.
Elijah.
The Elijah one.
Elijah one is the
Elijah one.
yeah?
Thank you. Say like that.
Yeah?
Thank you. I was close.
Alright, cool. So,
Laugh boys get me in check. Routine check. I hear you, cuz I hear ya. Let's talk to me, man. Let's get your final thoughts on this couple, Michael and Jasmina.
What I will say is that I did like at the dinner. I like both of them at the dinner. She was setting her boundaries. She's like, she gave him a little bit. Like, I'm sorry if you felt that way, but if we could all do role playback, you know what I'm saying, and see, life would be easy, right? But we don't have that ability when we're in the moment. So, but she knew where she was. She knew what her intention was, and she was firm in that. So I applaud her for setting boundaries, especially about how you're going to communicate with me. Like when there's a problem, like you don't need to come with the rah, like disrespectful. Yeah. Like, let's just set that as a standard moving forward. So I appreciated her in that conversation at the table, but then I also appreciated him because I felt like when he kind of walked through, the situation and acknowledged some faults within himself, like, because if your family's telling you have the, propensity to get rah, you're like, okay, let me call back to that. Let me check myself. So I appreciated the self-awareness in that moment, but then also how he was like moving forward. I'm gonna just take what you're giving me on this little apology, whatever. Okay. But moving forward, I'm gonna call you out in a moment because now we're gonna have like at the time. Yeah. Let's timestamp this. This is what I perceived happened. Let's clear this up. So, is it a Band-Aid? Maybe. I definitely agree that we're gonna have some more problems in the future because it's just, they're coming from a bad place. But I did like how they both like kind of communicated and represented themselves at the dinner table.
With you 100%. Here, that's her. Laugh Botch, what are you saying?
Okay. Yeah, I think as I keep on saying, I think they need a lot of work. I think this episode alone, I think I kind of looked at it, especially the last thing you were talking about. Although there were some positives there, I kind of can see that, in order for Michael and Jasmine to have some understanding, or not even understanding actually, to, I guess, kind of get an agreement, he's going to have to placate her. It's just going to be how it's going to have to be. And I don't know whether that's a good thing. I don't know whether she'll respect him probably the way he's going to need. And I don't know what he really gets out of placating her going forward, because, you saw it when he kind of said, okay, yeah, look, going forward, we'll both apologize the way we want to apologize, which I think is okay. I think if you understand each other, I think that's fine. But then she still wanted to challenge him. She wants him to come to her side. And I don't know whether that works for him, because it's like 50-50, meet each other in the middle. But I don't know. I don't know whether that's going to work for him. I think, and the words of what the dad said about being firm without abusing her, I think will stick in his head. I don't know whether he can keep that balance. And I don't know if has her parents told her anything about what she should do. I wonder how she's supposed to act in these type of situations. Have they told her? I don't know, because she's the one with parents, so she's the one that's got the opportunity to get advice from some people that are experienced in relationships there. So let's see, but I have no hope for them.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Fafa, final thoughts on that couple there, Michael and Jasmina.
Me personally, I feel like they should just Jasmina should just not take Alyssa route. Just be like, listen, it's not, because I personally feel like she's just gonna keep egging him on, and being person, he's gonna try. Every time he take one step, she's gonna give him 10 issues, and then he's just gonna be like, I forget it. I personally feel like they're not. I try to give him a chance, but doing this honeymoon, seeing how their dynamic is, and then growing up from their childhood, their background, nah, it's not happening. It's not. I trust him. I won't say I won't put my life on it, but I won't be. I'm like 99.9 sure they're not gonna make it. You never know, 1%. That's all I have to say.
I hear you on that, Fafa. All right, let's talk about talk a little bit the last section of our conversation. Let's talk about Olu. Is you won? Listen, we're calling him O from now because listen, I don't agree with the fact that he's Elijah Schwan. That doesn't make sense for me. But I'm gonna call him O from now. All right. So, what's your thoughts towards O and Katina? Because you know what, they are interesting. They've got battles externally as well as internally. I sympathize with the battles externally because they're dealing with somebody who's a manipulator. But we're talking about their relationship. So, what's your guys' thoughts around that relationship? Is it good? Is it bad? Is there things that need to be worked on? What was your thoughts on this episode? Old girl says she's starting to fall in love, Katina, after everything, she's now starting to fall in love, and that's without sex. It's gonna be dangerous if they get the sex in. I'm just saying it straight. So I hope he's not gonna ruin her life, because otherwise he's gonna really ruin her life. Laughable, you're laughing, so go for it. I know you wanted to wait to the end, but you won't get it now.
Okay, fine. Okay, you know what? These two are it's comedy. It's comedy for me. I find them funny. I don't get invested in the seriousness of this couple. I don't take them seriously.
Wow.
I don't know how, but I don't know if you guys noticed, but she said this was when she was doing her fake tears. She said this is the best relationship that she's been in. She's never felt. She literally was saying this is the best thing. She's never felt like this about anyone before. She was all on that sort of vibe. So I can't take her seriously, because I'm like, girl, every day red flag, and this is the best relationship you've ever been in, and you're crying. Jeez, if this is love, I don't want it, man. I don't want it. If this is love, I don't want it. No, thank you. So yeah, look, I think he's an interesting character. He makes me laugh, man, because I think we all know that guy who has that sort of player past, and maybe he settles down, and maybe the man them around each other were talking, and he's always referring to his past history. Do you know what I'm saying? Or things he's done with women and things like that, and you're always like, bro, why are you in a relationship? Why are you married? Calm down. Why do you always want to talk about this? So but I don't know whether the ADHD has an impact in terms of his lack of awareness in terms of boundaries and things that you don't say and public what's it called and just social cues. but obviously, yeah, I think there's a big impact of he clearly hasn't reformed.
Yeah.
It's not really reforming. It's just okay. I'm looking for something else. I want to do it differently, but he hasn't done the work to get there. So these things come out. I think it happens. You know, I think I know a lot of guys who um, where they get to in their life once they get married is what they do is they live vicariously through their single friends.
Mm.
So although they're not acting on these things, you know what I mean, their past, what they do is they're here for the story. You know what I mean? Not that they're egging you that their single friends on, but they're here for the story. They want to know all the details, and then their wife is calling and like, oh, damn, gotta go home. But
Oh,
but
Buzz, this is
it's
too detailed, bro. How'd you know
no,
this
no.
stuff?
I'm just saying this is what guys do, and
Uh,
Kojo, as a man, you should back me. You should back me. Anyway, so yeah, I think that's just where he is. He's not at a stage of okay, I've taken time to really think about this. Obviously, he knows that it's not a good thing, but every now and again, the little boy in him gets excited about talking about these things, and it just came out in a public setting, and he made everybody uncomfortable.
mm,
Um, if I was her, if I would be asking some serious questions
seriously.
because like how I would be asking some serious questions, not questions that he can just talk for 5 minutes and talk over her and just kind of like give her all those nice answers, but just actually something for him to actually think about. She doesn't need the answer right then and there, but she needs him to think about this before she sort of delves any further. And then I guess the other thing I would say that stood out to me was the testing. Like I get it, she needs to be vocal, but you could just say that.
Mm,
You don't need to test her. You could just say, look, I've noticed that sometimes you're not as vocal about how you're feeling. I know that you probably think some way about things I say or the things that I'm doing. Don't be afraid to speak up. That's a simple conversation. You don't have to then do the I'm testing you to see if she'll speak up. Oh yeah, she spoke up, so I know I have the right woman. That doesn't make sense because you'll continue to keep testing her throughout. If I cheat, do I have the right woman if she stays? You know what I mean? Anyway, that's that's another thing. But yeah, I Jenny just think like he is a little bit all over the place. Her, I don't know if she's playing a game, but she seems to be seeing red flags and I'm walking straight through them. So maybe she's here to get the followers up or something because it's not making any sense to me. That's me
mm.
done.
I'm hearing you loud and clear, sir. Walking through the red flags. I hear you. I hear you, sir. I'm a reformed player. I hear you, sir. Latoya, what you saying, girl? Talk to me.
So, the both of them. um, I think they have the best of intention. Like even like sometimes like I see little like glimmers of hope. Again, very romanticized, like a little boy gonna give it a college try. Like just very innocent in a lot of ways. Like you are my wife, and my wife is gonna do this, and but I don't have a lot of hope. The testing thing was so immature and inappropriate. I don't think that that is a way to build a trust. 3 days in is to like drill sergeant her down until the point where she's like having to say, "Oh, if this happened before, I would have like cried," to the point like nobody should have to feel like that 3 days into getting to know you. The other thing with him is like, I don't know if I don't want to speak for the ADHD community, but I don't know if it's a symptom of that, but he really does not know how to read a room at all. He doesn't know how to pick up on social cues. Everyone on the catamaran was like super uncomfortable. The faces were like, what? A mom and a daughter and, threesomes. And it's like he's egging this on as if, like you said, like he's in a conversation with his boys, but it's like he like reminisces on those times as if like, man, I was the man, and Isaac or whatever the name is, like he was out here living. But the other thing that concerns me is like he said something like, "Oh, I deleted my IG for you," and I'm like, what does that have to do? Like, I don't know. Like, it's these tests on top of like these displays. Like, I don't know if he just doesn't trust himself. I think maybe that's what it comes down to. Like, before it even becomes a problem with the IG honeys and me liking and hearting pictures, look, I'm so dedicated to this process, you don't even got to ask me. It's not even a thing. Maybe he's covering his tracks. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? It's like some premeditation there. But it's like, you know, he has these ideas and he says things like that maybe he's heard before and it sounds like a husband should say that. But, you know, it's not a lived experience for him. And this is totally new. And he's in the clouds with, you know, thinking that this is going to be a great situation. And it's not, because neither one of them is mature. The other thing that I wanted to point out is like he's trying to kind of mold her into this wife who takes the high road with like Lindsay and Mark, for example, right? Don't give them no energy. This is about us. This is our love, building our love. I'm like, what love? You know? But then at the same time, low key, when she gets hyped in response to them, he's like, oh yeah, I got to ride her. So it's like, which one is it? Are you like this moral high road guy, or are you the one who want to ride or die, who gonna like get bucked, you know, in support of you? Like, so it's like, he don't know, he's all over the place, and it's just a sign of his immaturity. And his ideals not really aligning with who he really is, which is someone who has a lot of growing to do still.
Solid. I hear you. Loud and clear, Latoya. The IG thing was... that was a big red flag for me too, okay? Because you ain't gonna see me delete my IG just for you, babe. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Why am I doing that? You know what I mean? Fafa, talk to me.
Honestly, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt until he show me otherwise, because I am not gonna hold his past against him. Because one thing we have to understand, he's putting the effort. And we also have to remember, what's her name? Katina. She's been in situationship. This is the girl where she found out this guy she was with had a whole family. So it seems like she never had somebody show her that they really care for her, cater to her. And he's putting that effort. In. So she's willing to meet him halfway. So she's not gonna judge him. She's gonna look at him sideways, like, what you talking about? But she's willing to come in and be like, hey, sir, you got a pass. I have a pass too. But he's at least pursuing me. He's actually showing me he wants to make this work. Even though you have red flag after red flag, but I'm sure she probably had worse. And I'm sure she expected, based on conversation they had, she expected a lot of things from his past. Unlike other castmates, where once something is said, they hold that against you and they run with it. Where with her, she's trying to be understanding and trying to be like not judge him and like understand where she's coming from. So I'm not gonna sit here and doom him. Like, he's more of an alpha. He's alpha. He's like one of those guys where he's very macho, and once he finds that type of woman where he's all in, and since he's looked like he's ready to settle, he's Katina will have him eating on the palms of her hand, because he's gonna be like so catering to her where she never had that. She's willing to work through that, then dealt with what she dealt with in the past. And we don't know certain conversation. We don't see certain conversation they have. So I'm like, she's a smart girl. So meaning that they had depth information conversation where she's willing to overlook all his red flags. In my sense, that's how I felt like. And I did not, as far as the only thing I did not like besides the gym, like, why are you testing the girl? She's not a little girl. It's like, why you constantly has to test her so she could measure up to know if she's a ride or die? No, that's immature. His maturity level he needs to work on that. That's the only thing I've been like, okay, he's off his rocks, but he says his attention span is short, so he's all over the place. Remember when he had a conversation with her mom? That's how she was like, oh, there's a rabbit over there. And he turned and she left. So we have to understand where, listen, his mindset is not going to be mindset where most of us are coming from, especially his wild ways, and plus the not issues, the lack of social skills. I can't say social skills. He get women, so he's able to get women. But that emotional warrants he needs from females, he wasn't getting that. So I don't know, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of doubt. And also, we have to remember. Oh, I watched the Afterlife. We get a lot of perspective from the after party where he basically went in depth about with the whole it wasn't a twosome. He was dating the mom and the daughter, not dating. It was a situationship. So basically on the after party, he was like, hey, listen, his cousin had an issue, and then him and his cousin went to check the boy, and then in the process he asked the mom out, and then they had this situation, and then the daughter was at his cousin's house. Come to find out, she's like, oh, I heard about you. Oh, and then she wanted to experience that. Can you blame him? Blame a lot of stuff. Do not blame on the guy, because hey, you give it to him. Give it to him. Don't sit here and be like, oh, he's a hoe, he's this. Listen, if you're willing to put it out there, don't not judge him, label him, oh, he's a player, he's this and that. Then if he must be doing something right for you guys to give him something. So you guys I can't say you guys, but the women he dealt with in the past have his ego to be like that, because you guys are so willing to give it up like that. So now you want to say, oh, he's a narcissist, oh, he's a party boy, he's a playboy. Who made him like that? If you guys wasn't giving the attention, the feedback, he wouldn't be there. And I'm sorry, he's got a body, but that's it. That's all.
Yo, I am flying. I am flying. Yeah, I hear you still. Listen, hey, if it's offered on a plate to a brother, not many men would say no. You know what I mean? I get it. It was offered to a player on him. I mean, he's still. You can tell there's a bit of a player in him, man. Do you know what I mean? Isaac's been around the block, man. Do you know what I mean? You can tell. Yeah. So, but I definitely do agree with what you're saying. I think he's got a lot of work to do. I think he used the show as a fresh start. It's like he hasn't actually done any work behind the scenes. He just used it as a fresh start. Come here, I'll start afresh, start anew, and I'll put my best foot forward. Trouble is, if you've never practiced doing this, being faithful, being treating a woman rightly in a relationship, etc., etc. If you've never really done that kind of stuff, it's gonna be very difficult just to do that switch, and usually you get found out after time. A little bit of time goes past. So yeah, I just think he's doing a bit much. Quitting the IG, grand statements, rubbing foots. Listen, brother, I'm not going to problem with rubbing foot. I'm just saying that as a general, his grand gestures. Man was rubbing a foot and then saying, you know what? You're going to get this every time. I'm going to treat you like this every time. I was like, bro, you're going to be tired one day. You need to keep quiet, rub the foot, and keep quiet. That's what you need to do, okay? All right? Actions speak louder than words. So let's see that consistency in behavior over a period of time, rather than just saying it. Because sometimes what happens, people talk loud and actions very, very, very quiet. So let me get everybody's final thoughts quickly on this couple. Final verdicts on this couple so far of what we've seen. Just a quick 30 seconds to a minute, quick resound of this couple. Go for it, Alicia.
All right. My 30 seconds is Elijah Wan has some good parts, right? And at the same time, he's very torn. A part of him, when he talks to Katina about his Isaac part, he talks either, oh, it's not really like we were in a full relationship like that, so I really never technically cheated. But then when he's talking to the gentleman and the groom, it's like, no, I was a Facebook crook. I was out here. And then we get on the boat together, it's like, oh, I forgot the wives was there because I had a mom and daughter duo, and y'all not gonna have a threesome, and it's like, so I want to even answer Life of Doge question. Yes, he is very, very he's very impulsive. He does not have awareness of how he shows up, and his family is playing the part of being his monitor, like, and managing him. And so that's the part that is like concerning for me, is that he hasn't learned to be able to manage himself. And he talked to Katina's mother and said that he didn't need his medication. He can handle it. And I'm not seeing evidence that he has built up the skills to be able to manage himself, to be able to stop and think before speaking. And Katina, I don't feel like she's in a space. They're both pretty young, so I don't feel like she's in a space to really help him do that in that way. So I don't think it's gonna last. But if it does, it'll be very bumpy.
I'm hearing
very,
you.
very bumpy.
I'm hearing you. Latoya, what's your final 30 seconds on this? What's your thoughts?
They would have to really learn to grow together. I think that he needs to learn how to consider his wives, because most women just don't want to be embarrassed. Like, don't embarrass me. Okay. And that's basic level understanding of like how to behave in group spaces. So the fact, or from her response, it looks like they hadn't even had that conversation about threesomes or anything like that. I think he just needs to learn how to consider her. And then, like, I believe what you said, Alicia, about his family kind of being his monitor, and kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say enabling, but his second mom was like, okay, you're going to be his cheerleader now. Like, she gladly gave that old costume away because she's like putting all this. It's like, I'm going to need you to self-regulate, whether that means you have to talk about medication at some point. But it's just like, they would really have to, I think they're going to have some fun together, and then they're going to have some lustful nights. But overall, I don't think they're going to be successful in this. They have a lot of maturing to do on both ends, because I think we've come down hard on but I see some spaces for Katina as well, where she could learn to be more assertive and also mature a bit, because her how she handled that thing with Lindsay, I think someone else who maybe is more emotionally mature could have found a way to de-escalate that situation versus going into ride or die mode. So it's lack of maturity on both ends. That's gonna be the.
I'm hearing you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Latoya. Fafa, give us a quick 30 seconds, 1 minute breakdown.
Of the whole show, or just
Michael. Sorry, not Michael. Owen, Katina.
I feel like they complement each other. Her negative outshine his positive, or vice versa. I feel like he know what he's getting to, she know what he's getting to, and then it's either gonna be fireworks or it's gonna be explosion. And then listen, somehow they both look like somebody gonna have to compromise somewhere. So, and they looked, even though they both have issues, they willing to work together. That's the one thing I do see with that. Even though they have their own issues, but the fact that she's they vulnerable with each other, and that's the most thing you could ask for F boy. You understand? She dealt with a lot of F boys, so she knows the tendency, how they works. So it's like, okay, that's all.
I appreciate it, Papa. Thank you. Life of Budge, talk to me.
Okay. I guess talking directly to Elijah one. Well, I'm turning to you, Elijah one. Talking directly to my brother, my Nigerian brother. Bro, just focus on your wife. Focus on getting to know your wife. Stop trying to be the perfect husband that you think you need to be. Um, it's just looks fake. It looks rehearsed. It looks like you're trying too hard. She seems to be buying it. I don't know why, but just focus because you know it's going to get to a point in a relationship where she's going to disappoint you, and are you going to be able to come back from that when she doesn't live up to the standard that you've set in your head for what your wife should be? Are you going to be able to get past that from the previous that we've seen this season? Where I don't know if that's going to be the case. You're my wife, all of that business. I don't know whether he's going to be able to get past that. So we'll see. Katina, hey, you guys are cute together. I can tell that it's going to be some good nights, some passionate nights they're going to have. Maybe hopefully she wants more than that. If she wants more than that, then she needs to start asking some serious questions. She needs to wake up. She seems that she's in la la land a bit. So just sort yourself out there. And if she likes it, I love it. That's me.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Listen, thank you very much, guys, for joining us on this open panel. Came with some strong points, man, and good perspective. Actually, it's opened my eyes as well to see things from a more rounded perspective. So I really do appreciate Latoya, Alicia, Fafa, Life Boys. I really appreciate you guys' perspective because it was rich. Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing this season. I think it's not as crazy as last season, right? I don't think it's as crazy as last season, but I think it's got its undercurrents. It's got its little madness here and there. You know what I mean? I'm waiting to see what's going to happen in the coming weeks. But yeah, thank you so much, Alicia. I'll ask you to come back on when Seaway comes on because I don't want it to be men overload because we'll have 3 or 4 men on. So yeah, she'll need some backup. She'll need some backup. But Latoya and Fafa, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully we get to have you guys next week as well on the open panel if you're free. I'll be able to send a link your way for next week. So I'm gonna remove you guys from the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you, Latoya. I appreciate you. I might need to come there for a massage. I see the table behind you. This back we're playing up, bro. I'm not playing with you. All right, cool. There and for there. Alicia, I'm gonna put you in the background, yeah. So when Seaway comes out, I'll bring you back up. All right, see. Listen, we've got the mandem today. Listen, until Seaway gets in and destroys it. But listen. It's gonna be an interesting conversation. I think there's some good talks there. So I want to start fast and strong. Let's talk about Noi and Steve, man. Because listen, jobless Steve out here is catching hearts, and he's got Noi falling like his Alicia Keys. So I want to get you guys' perspective. Have you been in a position where you've had a girl tell you that they like you really early and you're not there yet? And if you have, how did you handle that situation when you were in it? Just a quick question for you guys there. Sean, since you're new, I'll let you go first. Jump on that front. Talk to us.
So I don't know about 3 days, but I've definitely been, because I'm usually a little hesitant to drop the L word. So I remember it was so funny. It was actually with my ex-wife when we were dating, and I was dropping her off home, and she got out of the car, and she said, she just said it, like it was like kind of like just a passive salutation, right? Like good night and I love you. And I looked at her and I didn't even know what to say. And I said, "Oh man, that's sweet." And she just looked at me, and then she walked into her, to her place. And then later when we got back, she was like, we were talking on the phone, and she was like, "I'm sweet," and I was like, you just kind of caught me off guard. And eventually I told her I loved her because I did, but I just didn't know. Sometimes you know it, but you don't know. But this definitely wasn't no 3 days in. I think that was a little soon.
I hear that. I hear that. Life of Bodge, talk to me, man. I appreciate that, Sean.
Okay, just to state for the record, I've never been in that situation. I hope never to be in that situation, because I think it takes a level of maturity to handle the situation without either doing something which you maybe say f-boyish or hurting someone's feelings. So no, it's never been. But I've been in situations where maybe someone stated that they were in a lot of like, you could say, and when I haven't been in that position, I think probably in the past it was sort of a situation that's like, oh, like wow, okay, and I gave like a roundabout answer. It was kind of like, oh yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that. I think it's still early days, and I hope to get to that point. Those type of answers where, and then instantly in my mind, I'm saying, do you know what I mean? The sirens are going off, and I'm saying I need to run because it's too early. It's way too early, and the fact that you're that free about saying it to me says probably this isn't real. Like I just feel like most women keep this type of stuff back. Most women keep this type of stuff back for a little while. They don't just go straight into it. And even the way it came out, her realization was like production. Okay, oh, I love him, and then she decided to go and tell him straight away. Like there was no sort of like feelings or time to spend time. She didn't go and call her mom or her girls and maybe tell them first. I found that uncomfortable, and I think she's in her 30s. I just find it awkward that in 3 days this is something you felt like you needed to share straight away. I think they still got a lot they need to learn about each other. I think they're in a good place in terms of they both like each other. They both like things about each other. They have similar cultural aspects to them, but it's too much. It's too much. And then as well, her actions afterwards kind of told you all you need to know. She was sort of pressuring him about, so where are you? Is it, do you know what I mean? And I think when you do that, when you can't just accept the answer for what it is, it probably says more about your own insecurities, and that you probably regret coming out and saying it that early. So yeah, I think it's way too early.
I hear you on that. I think I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I think 3 days is way too early to be dropping this L bomb. And I always say this: sun, sea, and sex can really confuse things, man. You know what I mean? Like I know they haven't had the third one yet, but they've been kissing. Okay, so sometimes the sun and the sea and the kissing can get you a bit confused and discombobulated. You know what I'm saying? Get you excited beyond what you actually are really, really feeling. And sometimes when you take the person outside of the sun, sea, and the third S, you start to realize, actually, this is real life. Maybe I'm not as deep as I thought I was. I personally would be a little bit... I mean, it's happened to me before where a girl has said they liked me in a very short space of time. And me, see, at these times, these times here, I was still not as assertive as I need to be. I'm a person that lays in the bed. Once I'm in it, I'm in the bed, I'm in it. You know what I mean? Once I commit to it, I'm in it. So when a person said it to me, I said, oh, man, I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. And then she asked me what I felt. I told some lies, man. Shit. I just, I'm there, man. I'm feeling you too, man. I'm feeling you too. I'm liking you hot, man. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't really there. So, that's me people pleasing, not trying to hurt someone's feelings when really it's my feelings that I'm really thinking about. But so I think 3 days is too soon, and again it's an indication of the person maybe not being able to regulate their emotions very well. It could be the fact that, listen, you really are comparing me to all your crappy ex-boyfriends, listen, and that's not a positive, because that also can be a falsity in terms of actually how you really feel. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people have experienced really bad relationships and they're like, just a little bit of good, they're excited. It's like, yo, calm down, bro. We just started this journey. We ain't need to get that deep and that excited. So yeah, I was a bit like, yo, I think she needs to just take her time. But it's been coming, because she told the family, he's amazing. I'm liking him already. Bare excited where she'll tell the family. So and that was an episode ago. So yeah, 4 days in and we're here. Last question, guys. Noy and Steve, they were talking. They were talking about cheating. It came up. Steve said he had cheated. Noy said she had cheated too. You know, what was your kind of thoughts around their conversation, both on the boat and at the dinner table? What was your kind of thoughts around that in terms of that situation there? Go for it, Life of Bodge, and then Sean will go after.
Okay. The cheating conversation, I always find these conversations weird because I don't, to us as a public, we can judge them and say, oh, oh, okay, may he, will he cheat again? Will she cheat again? We're looking out for those things that they say that will give us the indication that this was just a period in their life. I guess like we had with Rachel last season, right? But I think the only two people it matters to are the people involved in that relationship, because ultimately we could look at her and say, oh, she was young. But if Steve thinks that, she could cheat again, then Steve thinks that she could cheat again. It won't matter what we think. It won't matter what really she says. Sometimes certain people have that sort of type of mentality when, especially depending on the circumstances in terms of how the person cheated, there's nothing you're going to do to change their mind. So I think, she said that she wasn't happy in a relationship. Okay. A lot of people aren't happy in their relationship. It's not a reason to cheat. But, I think it all depends on him. He may not see a problem with it. He may look over it and they get past it very easily. But, that's what I'm saying. I find it hard to judge these things because, do you know what I mean? It depends on the person that's receiving this information as the partner. I think at age now, hitting 30, I don't think I would judge anyone in that sense. But at the end of the day, tomorrow you may do something that could be triggering. I don't know. So who knows? I think it's up to Steve, really. I find it like a weird conversation to have about someone else's situation. I'm not emotionally invested.
I hear you. Sean, what was your thoughts? Because the conversation came up a bit weird, didn't it?
Yeah, I
Second
think
part.
these like the first time we already know whenever they do the never have I ever or they play those games, we know that's the setup. We know production knows something and they want to get folks riled up. So correct me if I'm wrong, but Steve admitted to it on the boat. Noi did not admit it on the boat, or she kind of like half put her hand, but then afterwards admitted it. Right? Is that how the whole thing played out? So I mean, for me, the way it transpired was more bothersome than the actual cheating part, because she wasn't honest about it and then almost seemed like she was questioning him about his cheating, but technically she kind of had cheated too. So either she's somebody that's like, I guess I can respect the fact that she was ultimately honest about it in the end when it was one-on-one. So maybe she's somebody like in front of the group, she, is very private. And that aligns with when they got, and I don't want to jump the gun, but when they were talking about the whole, had anybody consummated the marriage, she didn't want to talk about whatever happened. So maybe that ties back to that. But I think these guys seem, well, Steve's not as young as some of the other cast members, but I think she's like in her late 20s, very early 30s. So look, these things are going to happen, right? Nobody's perfect. People are in and out of relationships. We know the truth, right? A lot of us dudes, we get a bad rap for cheating, but meanwhile, women are out here cheating too. So I think that it's the reality, and I'll say that. And shout out to Ryan. I know he's in the chat. We saw that whole debacle, right, with him and Brett, how that played out. He got put on the front street for cheating, supposedly on a dating app. Meanwhile, she's doing her thing on the low. So I think it happens. It's all us. So that's my thoughts on it. I would not put a whole lot of stock in it, because at the end of the day, we're in a new process. I think we should go into this maths process. Anybody going into the maths process should start with a fresh start, and I think we start to see it. And I know you guys talked about it earlier, is when you start bringing that old baggage and you start holding on to things of the past and you bring that in with you, it just taints your view. And then it's going to, mess up your situation, mess up your marriage.
Totally hear that as well, bro. Totally hear that, Captain. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think the situation with the whole cheating thing. Like I said, we're grown. People have cheated in the past. As long as you learn from it, just remember a little something that she did in that. I just remembered when he said, "Oh, we've grown from it." She said, "I think I've grown from it." He said, "Well, I think." I said, "Oh no, I have grown from it. I'm telling you now. Listen, old girl out here knows how to play games. If Stevie messes about, she's gonna finish him to the roof. I'm telling you now, she's gonna finish him." For me, Noi is not innocent. Noi knows how to play innocent, and when the time comes, if she needs to destroy you, she'll destroy you. It's just that simple. Like, that's my thing. What are you saying, bro?
Yeah, no, look, she got an alter ego, bro. So we already know. We already know she's noisy, right? So that tells us all we need to know. That there is a complete side of her that's an outlet that's gonna do something wild and something reckless. They set it up for us. So yeah, we definitely know. She plops that wig on. You know, she's about to turn up, and who knows what's gonna happen, because her brother was a little sriracha, was definitely,
Sriraching.
exactly, throwing some sauce on it for sure.
Make sure it's hot. I hear you, bro. I hear you. Let's talk a little bit then about the madness that happened with Alyssa. In fact, let me put this title here: Alyssa and Lindsay's behavior, because I feel like these two are doing the same type of behavior, Karen behavior. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're doing Karen behavior, and what I mean by that is playing the victim. In both of their situations, they seem to be trying to play the victim, and it's frustrating to watch both of them do it. Especially at the fact that we had with Lindsay, the last episode tried to play it off like she didn't do nothing wrong, and the fact that someone just got into her face all aggressive, and especially with, as a black man, knowing that the racial tensions that can happen, and how racial profiling can happen, how we are seen differently and judged differently. For her to kind of do that, it's just the icing on top of, it's just a cherry on top of the icing. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I was just looking at her like, babe, that can get somebody shot, right? Like, we can't play that game. It's no longer an innocent game anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, for her to do that, oh, I'm scared that, I was like, after you done started all the madness on the plane, off the plane, and have you noticed that this girl's got a problem with transport? It's the plane, it's the boats, what's on the bus. Where next, girl? Would it be the train? I'm waiting for the next one that's gonna happen. But I want to kind of get you guys' thoughts around this issue, because we've seen both Alyssa and Lindsay kind of display this whole, when they do their madness, I'm a victim, I'm nice. So I want to get you guys' thoughts, what you guys think about that, man. Who wants to go first? Who's ready? Laughable, look ready.
Okay, no, fine. Do you know what? Essentially, I don't know. I think speak for myself. This is sort of that energy that I've seen time and time again. I'm used to seeing this sort of things, whether it be in the workplace or those type of environments, or even on, as you said, public transport, right? These type of things, So I can see it, and I can just be like, oh, whatever. So I don't know. I don't know why Elijah allowed himself to be drawn in to that. I think he made a mistake there of allowing her to draw him out. But if you poke the bear, these are the type of things that you get. You're going to get a reaction, and no one can be too angry at that. But at the same time, I think when we look at the two women, I think they're doing it for different reasons. Alyssa, it's Alyssa. Yeah, she's doing it because she pretty much believes that she's better than the guy that she's with. She believes that because of that, she has a right to treat him the way she wants to treat him. But she also knows that it doesn't make her look good. So she needs to sort of find a way to pass the buck and to put the blame on him. Whereas I think with Lindsay, this is just her everyday persona. I think this is who she is. Do you know what I mean? If you actually notice, she's got a lot of the what you may call black slangs that she uses. She uses certain words. You can see she's trying. I can't remember. She said something. I was just like, this is mad. I don't understand how they allowed this woman to. I don't know how they allowed this woman to get on this program and start saying this. But she has a habit of doing that, of using sort of black slangs, And then obviously the part that was most triggering was when she kept on every 5 minutes using the opportunity to talk about, she would mention a black men, or do you know what I mean? And that was just weird. And that's what made me even go down the path of maybe she wanted attention from Elijah. But who knows? Why are you fighting for your life over there?
Bro, there's a ladybird trying to fight me, bro.
Madness.
Talk about
madness.
it. Ladybird
What is it
Barry.
this time, Kojo?
It's a ladybird, man.
You used to
A
close the
ladybug?
windows, man.
A ladybug, yeah, ladybird.
Yeah.
Those are good luck. Leave them be.
Oh, okay. It wasn't good luck when he was trying to fly up in my zone. But no, okay, bro, I definitely hear what you're saying. Like,
But,
they
yeah.
definitely fight from two perspectives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you know what? I think who's more dangerous? I think
Definitely Lindsay.
I think Lindsay's more dangerous. I think
Yeah.
Alyssa does this when in a specific situation. And I think this is a very unique situation where she's been put with a guy who she thinks that she's better than, and she's unwilling to take accountability in the situation and actually just speak up and say, look, I don't like you. It finally came out. We saw it. We saw her come and pretty much say what she really felt. We've seen it through her actions, but she's finally let that out, and there's nowhere to hide. The cameras are there. So yeah, where I think Lindsay's more dangerous because she's going to provoke. I saw it with the interaction with Katina. I know what she was doing. Katina was moving mad, but in the interaction, she was kind of like, "Oh, that's rude." She was trying to like, it was very condescending. It was the way she was sort of going back at her. I just thought if you really were insulted by what she's saying, you wouldn't react this way. You would react a very different way, which was to be like, no, I'm not going to allow you to say this. Do you know what I mean? It would have been that sort of energy rather than sort of energy to provoke someone when they're expressing how they feel. So yeah, I think she's a bit more dangerous. I think she'll find a target and she'll poke and poke and poke and then say, not me. Like, she'll do that. So, but yeah, this happens every season, right? We get a different type of carrot, right? Every season. So it is what it is.
I hear you on that, brother. Sean, what are you telling me?
Yeah, I would say that Lindsay is the Karen, but Alyssa is not. I think Alyssa is just not. She lacks self-awareness. And I'll start where I think that Lindsay, is a Karen, and I'll add on to what Life of Baj was saying, right? So as he mentioned, like, Lindsay did the black speak, right? And then also, if you notice, during her bridal party and her wedding and her friends, she has black friends, right? So it's a thing where sometimes white people that are black adjacent, they have, black people in their circle, they think that affords them certain privileges. Because I don't know if anybody saw the after party with Keisha, when Keisha was trying to explain to her, no, let me just give you some more context. I'm not taking sides, but let me give you context. And she even jumped in and she was like, oh, no, I know. I understand. No, you don't know, because if you did know, then you would not have done what you did. Right. So I think that was the mistake that she made, because she thinks like, oh, no, I'm not a racist or I'm not a whatever. So that, I get it. No, but your actions perpetuated a situation, because one, you said that he was coming at you aggressively. Multiple people said that you wanted to fight him, but you spun it as he was trying to fight you. Then when you were cornered again, you said, oh, no, actually, when they were on the boat, oh, no, actually, it was you that triggered me. Okay, so who triggered you? Who made you feel unsafe? Then when you flush it out, she had 3 bottles of wine. Mark the Shark had to call her out, right? So he had to, kind of be the school teacher and kind of be the dad and have the moment about telling her what she should or shouldn't do and police her actions, so we don't have another, Karen moment that goes viral. So all the classic behaviors of someone that needs to be coddled and explained away and patted on her head. I understand you were triggered. I understand that you might have felt away, but you shouldn't be doing that. No, ma'am. The things you do get people killed. The things you do get people caught up in a bind, and you need to self-reflect and not behind the scenes with the, okay, I'm still going to send him a DM and apologize. No. Do better. learn, realize. So I'm glad Keisha gave her more context and she finally just stopped talking and listened, because that's her problem, not just in this situation, but just in life. She just bumps her gums and she thinks she knows everything. And, she's rattling on and just stumbling and steamrolling over people. Now, Alyssa, that's a horse of another color, right? That's just pure entitlement, you know? I don't see Karen vibes from her. She loves her little dog. She just wants to be sheltered, loved, pampered, told she's right. That's entitlement. Maybe if somebody called her out, we might see a little dose of white fragility in her, but I don't see the Karen vibes yet. But I do see entitlement to the galore. Everybody is out to get her. She's already calling the experts out. She's being tortured. She can't believe this. She doesn't want to be next to him. Why? How dare her mother even tell her to behave differently? And her mother was just trying to say, hey, listen, just be careful of how you're going to show up on TV. Be careful of how you're going to show up. Forget about just being a decent, nice human being. Just be careful how this is going to look. She couldn't even receive that. That was another grown-up adult temper tantrum. So yeah, she's got her own things, and listen, I give her some grace. Maybe there's some things we're not seeing. I don't know, but her behavior right now is just it's giving temper tantrum, adult temper tantrum.
I'm hearing you strong. Yeah, definitely. definitely giving a temper tantrum, and indeed, man, throwing her toys right out the pram. Seaway, welcome to the conversation. What's your thoughts around this subject we're talking about? We're talking about Alyssa and Lindsay, particular behaviours that they exhibit, the victim mode behaviours. Talk to us.
Hey everybody, hey Coach. Sorry I'm late.
Man?
So the tale of two Karens. Who's worse? They're just so different. They literally represent either side of white women and why they're dangerous. Who I like better, of course, I like Lindsay better. I think she's just more entertaining. She's funnier. She's just easier to tolerate on the screen. To start with Lindsay, I think Lindsay, like Sean said, is the white woman that gets really comfortable with you. She is like the dangerous, white liberal. I'm not sure she's liberal, but I'm gonna assume she is just by her personality. And they can be dangerous because they get too comfortable and they don't recognize that they're actually, can cause a major problem. I think because she was so comfortable on that plane, she didn't realize that she was weaponizing her whiteness. She said she did, but I don't think she really actually understood. And I think in many ways, those type of people are more dangerous because they think they're cool because they have black friends and they're liberals and stuff like that, but then they can really F you up. Alyssa is the Emmett Till white woman. She is the one that will weaponize her tears in a different way. She is the victim. She is when she cries, all the producers have to come running. She's easier to see coming, so I feel like that makes her less dangerous. Like I wouldn't want anything to do with her. And I think her temper tantrums are also very obvious, so you can kind of get around her. But I think back in the day in the 60s, she would be more dangerous because those are the type of women who like country boots, want a country wedding and want to cry when she doesn't get her way and talk about someone's disrespecting her. She was never disrespected. She's been disrespecting everyone. I think she would be more dangerous then, but now we see her coming and she knows she has to keep that, on the wraps or she'll be in trouble socially. But Alyssa does more damage to herself and those close to her. I mean, the way she treats her sweet mother and talking about she's mad at her mother. I literally thought, I'm like, Alyssa, the day your mother is not here on this earth, you are going to really miss her because she's going to be the last person who's going to put up with your nonsense. So please cherish that sweet lady because she is very sweet and she's looking out for your best interests and you can't even see that. And you're talking about your mother on national TV. So
real spit, real bars.
That's the tale of the two Karens. So
real spit, real bars. Appreciate it. Alicia, what are you saying?
Ooh, Seaway, when she said the Emmett Till, that was like a bullet to the chest. Okay. All right. Alyssa, I don't like to use the word manipulative because we use it a lot. And at the same time, it fits. It fits. I wanted to give her a lot of grace. I think for me, just a personal offense that I don't even know Chris, right? I don't know him from nobody. but the fact that you couldn't even have respect enough to go to him and say, hey, I need a moment. Like, can we just have, some time away? I know I didn't go swimming or, do the activity with you, but I just need a second. This is a lot. But to send a producer to do that for you, it's like she has somehow convinced everyone that she's not able to adult. Like, the producers have to save her. Her mother has to walk her through this process. Chris, somehow, after being rejected over and over and over and over again, is still trying to figure out, like, how can I get her to like me? It's really sad. It's really sad. So I don't know if she's a Karen per se. I try to be, very centered and say, white women have the right to have tears like everybody else. Even despite what our country has, Black people in this country have been through. And at the same time, she's saying that Chris is making her look bad. And I said, oh no, Chris doesn't need to be on the screen at all to make you look bad. You have done that. The 10 dresses was already the sign, and we're just keeping this going every episode, just refusing just to be a kind human, like treat Chris like a human. And I don't know if her and the production have like a pact on like just berating his appearance. Like are they working together on this? Like, at this point, this is very sad. Like, he's still a human being. His family is also watching this show, and we should be concerned about how he looks on national television as well. Lindsay, I find it very interesting that Lindsay and Elijah are the first people to have like a huge explosion, because they have some similarities. They both don't know, both aren't aware of how they show up in social settings, and both will say any and everything to get an interaction. And for her to be on TV for 3 days and have just one sober day, that's alarming for me. Like, Mark does not know what she's like to be sober. He's like, can I just please experience you sober? Like, I know we're going to make these pina coladas, but can I please just experience you sober? I think the Karen shoot does fit with Lindsay. She is in a space where when she's called out on her stuff, and I think that's a activating, triggering space for her, because her father seems to be very corrective of her. And so whenever she's there, then it's like, oh, well, like Sean was saying, no, well, Elijah wasn't the person who triggered me. No, it was you, Katina, who triggered me. It's like, now, wait a second. Which one? What happened? Where, huh? So now you're being called out. Rudy has to tell you about yourself and give you the, historical context. Even you, who has a Black bridesmaid, should potentially be aware of this dynamic that we have been in for years, but you're acting like you don't know, you're unaware, because she has a drinking problem. So I do feel like the Karen shoe fits much better on Lindsay's feet. For sure.
I hear that 100%. Definitely hear that. And you made some good points there as well. I think, with these particular two and their behaviors, it's Alyssa is just, I agree. She's throwing a little temper tantrum, but she's coming out really bad. Like, listen, like I said, she'd be better off just saying, listen, hey, I don't like you. I'm sorry. I don't find you attractive. And it would be done. Like, it's crazy to think that her mind is thinking, drag this out, cuss him out, say you don't like him, would be a better fit than just saying, hey, look, Chris, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not attracted to you, and I'm gonna struggle to try and make this work. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Chris knows now. He goes about his way. He doesn't have to deal with this anymore. You go about your way. You don't have to do it. You film separately. It's done. But this whole dragging out situation, it then makes it look like you want to be a bit of a prima donna. You want the attention. Do you know what I'm saying? Right? You want the cameras. You want the 15 minutes of fame kind of look with the cameras there. So, yeah, I'm not on it. And someone in the audience already said it when I was thinking it as well, that the similarity between Lindsay and Virginia with the drinking and stuff like that is absolutely mad. Yeah, so if that is the case, Mark is going to need a refund. Just like I would say, just like Eric, but Eric was bad as well last season with Virginia, so maybe not. But just Mark will need a refund because that's ridiculous. Why are we having people who are struggling to not be drinking so much on the show? We still have much.
They had a similar family dynamic as well, in terms of like the parents divorcing.
Yeah.
And obviously with I think Virginia's mom was kind of estranged as well. And then she kind of had her stepmom, who was like the one that I think did more, or was more interested in that, I guess, the situation she had in terms of the wedding, than her mom. So maybe this is what happens when you have mommy issues and you're a white woman. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe. What are you saying, Sean? Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think like even if we take it back to the wedding, right? When she showed up drunk to the wedding,
jeez.
She had whatever was mixed in that Coke bottle, and then she wound up dropping her, the top part of her dress, where her boobs out. So I mean, this just gives you an indication of the mentality. But one thing that I picked up on, and I think it's something like that I've even noticed, whether it's in certain friend circles or in general, we come up with these code words for people and it just enables their behavior. Like everybody says, well, Lindsay's personality is a lot. You either love her or you don't. No, you're intolerable. You probably got a little bit of a drinking problem, right? And you are insensitive and dangerous, right? It's not a lot. A lot sounds cute. A lot minimizes it, but it's a big problem. But we do that, right? And anytime we have to do that for somebody, to me, that's an indicator of a bigger issue down the line, because the person really hasn't truly come to grips with the work that they need to do, because really the root cause isn't the problem isn't the drinking. The root cause is why you drink to the excess of why you drink, and what happens when you drink, right? Because those are all the issues. So I think she's a grown woman that really hasn't owned her stuff, but she masks it with the alcohol, and she's like the good time girl, but really it's completely problematic. So that's what I see. And when I look at Alyssa, I just see like she's somebody that's so pampered. There's pictures out there that have leaked of the kind of guys that she's used to dating, right? So everybody has a right to their preference. Listen, I've been crucified and died on a hill because, I stood up for Ryan last year, or last season, and others who have a right to their preference. I don't have a problem with her not liking him or not liking the way he looks. What's your actions? And are you just taking a step to listen? Like, they can't even have a conversation. It's like she's so averse to hearing anything that doesn't say you're pretty, you're right, you're the best, you're okay for feeling the way you feel. It's like, no, just empathize and put yourself in his shoes for a hot second and sit and think, like, how does that feel if the shoe was on the other foot and he was telling you that he doesn't like the way you look? How would you want that message to be delivered to you? But meanwhile, she's like, why? This is me. I can't believe this is happening to me. This is not what I expected. But there's somebody on the other end of that, ma'am. Like, this isn't The Bachelor. This isn't like Love Island where you can just get on a rowboat and row yourself back home. You agreed to marry somebody at the first sight. So maybe sit down and watch a couple of seasons of what Married at First Sight is before you jump on and get on the show. Because I don't know any Kens or Barbies out there in the Married at First Sight world. A lot of them are just regular people, some on different ranges of attractiveness, but they're average folks, right? That's what we want to see, because that's who gets married, average people. So that's my little rant about her. Like, I just feel like, come on, lady. Like, you got to do better. And I could see you not liking him, fine, but like, just slow your roll, have some empathy, realize how that's gonna, how that's all gonna play out and how you want to do it. Because it's not like he's gonna say, yeah, oh, thank you, I know I'm hideous, I know my teeth are jacked up, I know I got love handles, please, yes, I don't deserve to be married. Like, it's not gonna happen that way.
Yeah, you're not lying there, brother. You're not lying there. I can't fault you for what you said there. Let's shift it then from obviously Alyssa strictly to Lindsay and Mark's connection because, whew, that was my girl told him that he clogged up the toilet, man. If your girl can tell you that on national television that you clogged up the toilet, there ain't no respect there for you, fam. You understand? There's secrets you take to the grave. That's one of them. You know what I'm saying? That's stuff for the group chat between your girls. You know what I mean? Like there's certain conversation. I think I said it to my friend, my boy the other day. I was like, there's certain things there are certain conversations in life where it's for the girls. You understand? Yeah, what girls talk about, they talk about. We don't need to know. You know what I'm saying? There's certain conversation amongst men that we talk about between ourselves that should never get back to your partner because it will ruin things. And we understand that. In our secret camps together, we talk about things. That dump breaking the toilet, that's for your camp. It's not for consumption on national television. It's not for us to know. It's not for the boat. It's not for the bus. It's not for the train. It's not for people to know. It is for your girls, maybe at best, but we shouldn't be finding out that you breaking the toilet and plugging it up. Okay, all right, that's embarrassing. You don't have to be telling that. So I want to get you guys' thoughts on Lindsay and Mark and their argument that he said he wanted to slow it down. Slow it down, slow it down. So I want to get you guys' thoughts. Let me get the ladies in first. Alicia, what are your thoughts on Mark saying specifically first and foremost, I want to slow it down?
You know, I saw it coming. I saw it coming when he received that. What was that? The survival kit or the from the family, and the eyes bucked when Dad said, "No, you're gonna have to reel her in," and he was caught and as a deer in headlights. And then after the plane ride debacle, it's like Mark is a person. His personality, he wants to make sure everybody is okay, everybody's good, and Lindsay disrupts all of that because she doesn't check in with anybody to see how anybody is being impacted by her. And so after just knowing her for 3 days, he's had to apologize to a muscle bound black man and on national television, right? And don't be mad at my wife, because of what she said. I know it was negative. He's disrupted. He is completely disrupted. Where the misstep is deciding to consummate their marriage. And you're having all of these feelings while she is falling and swooning because you're being this loving caretaker. You're not correcting her like her father, and you're not rejecting her like her mother. But as soon as you provide some correction and say slow down, then that rejection trauma comes right up, and she was ignited, and that's when all of the things that she said, which I didn't, she hit low, she went lower than low to the gutter, under earth realm, and threw out all of his stuff when she definitely had a right to be upset, and at the same time she also could see his point of view, as to say, I have been a lot the last couple of days. Just I have disrupted like the whole cast, and so that is a thing. But I I don't see this lasting at all. I see her now coming with her defenses up. Oh, you want me to slow down? Okay, I'm going to reintroduce myself. Okay, I'm Lindsay now. Okay, so that's already putting him in a space where he's going to then try to swoon after her to re-engage her back into this relationship, to convince that he's still in it. He just wants her to police herself. That's all. I don't want to continue to do that job. Can you police yourself? But she's viewing this slowdown as it's a complete rejection. It's a complete rejection, and I see things being rocky henceforth, now and forever. Michelle.
Yeah, I think with Mark, let me just say, Mark is the reason why this whole situation went left. But I don't blame him for it. I have empathy for him because I think Mark did not have the words or the capacity to deal with the situation, and he used the words that he had. I'm not even trying to defend him. It's just my perception. I feel like he used the words that he had that he thought would go over the best, and I think it just horrifically backfired. um I also think this is a result of you people pleasing and trying to act like everything is all good when in reality it isn't. Um, and then it's supposed to be a nice dinner, and you kind of lay half of your issues because you really didn't even lay your real issues. And I think she was blindsided. And when you blindside a very blunt person who's very straightforward, usually someone like Lindsay, they take particular offense to that. Usually because they don't understand that some of their behavior is making people be more guarded. But I think she feels like, I've been completely forward, forthcoming, honest, you're getting my real self, and I gave my body to you, and I trusted you, and I believe that you had my back, and basically you're telling me fall back, which I don't even believe that he means. I think the problem with the whole conversation is he never really said what the problem is. He doesn't want less lovey-dovey. I think he actually does like her despite her all over the place. But he wants her to calm down her extraness. He wants her to read the room and be cool. That's what he really wanted to say. He's like, I need you, you're at a 10. I need you to be at a 6 so we can get along with people and whatever. I like you, but you're doing too much, is what he really wanted to say. But instead he says, we need to slow down. He said he doesn't actually have a issue with the pace of the relationship. He has an issue with her, and he never said that. And I feel like that's why the conversation just went left. And like Kojo said, a person who cuts you the way Lindsay does will cut you every time. Everyone knows low blow people. And some of y'all are the low blow people. Some people yell when they get mad. Some people throw stuff when they get mad. Some people will cut you with their words when they get mad. Lindsay's one of those people. Because the way she cut him was so smooth and so slick. And I just, the image that I got, I literally almost threw up in my mouth. I was just like, what is going on? But I understand why she said that, because she's like, you can't be trying to slow down the pace of this relationship if you're clogging up our toilet. Like, that's not going hand in hand. And I just want to say, these couples are doing too much too early. I know we're going to get to it, but like, Mark, you shouldn't be clogging up a toilet 3 days in on the honeymoon. Noi, what the F? Just in general, what the F? Why is Olajuwon telling all of his deep dark secrets on the boat? No. The only person who's like taking a normal pace is Katina, because she ain't took her wig off yet, and Mama ain't gonna do it. And I shout out to her because she is not taking that wig off. Okay, she's at a normal, appropriate pace. She is the only one. Everyone else is just like legit tripping. So I don't think Lindsay handled that situation right. She kind of flipped out, but she was acting out of pain. And I think until she kind of learns how not to cut people, she's going to keep doing that. But I think she was completely thrown off by Mark. So I think they just need just to regroup. I think they can do it. I actually think they're going to be fine. Unpopular opinion. I don't know if it's popular, but I think they're going to be fine. But this is definitely thrown off. Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, like, unpopular opinion, I really didn't care about the whole I mean, she could have said worse. They had sex, so she could have went to something. So she's talking about him going to the bathroom and clogging up the toilet. I mean, listen, that happens. You go to Mexico, you go to other places, you eat some food, I don't know, you get a wrong bean. I don't know. It could happen. I mean, she could have said a lot worse. But the way I took it was that to what Seaway was saying is that it wasn't about the action. It was more about you've gotten so comfortable so quick with me. You talked about going to the bathroom with the door open, and like you've like accelerated our timeline where in normal relationships people pace themselves with those kind of things, right? Most of the time, right? So she was like, "Hey, bro, I'm blindsided." And I was talking to shout out to Miss Misha. I was talking to her about it, and one of the things, because I initially when I saw it, I was thinking from my male brain. I'm like, why is she bugging out? Like what like relax, sis. Just another moment. You want to fly off the handle. And she brought up a good point, and I went back and I rewatched it. The problem also that pissed Lindsay off was that Mark set this dinner up to be a romantic night, right? So he set the dinner up to be a romantic night, and I'm gonna do you, woo you, do all this, blah blah blah. And meanwhile, we hear further context. They've been, getting into it, having sex all over the place. So he's been putting it down. She's excited. She's gonna get her a romantic evening, and then he hits her with a hammer like, yo, you're too much, you're doing too much. She's like, where was the too much 10 minutes ago? Where was the too much then? So I actually understand why she was upset with him in that moment, and he deserved to understand, like, your timing was off. And another thing, and I'll end here, is I think like Mark is too busy being the parent. He's too busy policing Lindsay, that he just always jumps into that mode. But he went into this conversation ill-equipped, because you don't deliver news like that to somebody who you are you're getting intimate with them, right? You're married at the first sight. You really don't know them that well. And then you don't just go in and say, well, this is what I need you to stop doing. And then you did this here, and you did that there, and you did this here. Yeah, nah, you're just going to get hit with a brick wall, because any of us, nobody can take that much negative feedback in one setting and it be, received well. So I think he was in over his head with that conversation. He should have took a step back, Googled, how do I deliver information to my new wife that I'm unhappy with, right, about what she's doing. And she's I'm a little concerned. She might have a little AA issue. So he might have got a couple steps into how to navigate that conversation better, because he went in blind and then he just got obliterated. So I hope this was a lesson for him. And from somebody who's been married, sometimes you think sometimes you think you're right, and you might just be right, but your timing's wrong, your delivery's wrong, your tone is wrong. So it just negates everything that you tried to do. And that's exactly what I saw in this instance. And there he was, like bright-eyed Mark, like, oh my God, what did I get into? I'm taking a walk. Yeah, bro, you should take a walk. And you probably should bring her a rose back, apologize, and then try to navigate how we're going to do this conversation differently, better. It's my 2 cents.
That was deep. I was listening at the same time, so going for a love watch.
Yeah, okay. I think points that were made by everyone else on the panel has been good in terms of that. I think when I think back into what actually happened, if you look at it, they had multiple conversations where he, one, asked her to tone down her drinking. He also asked her to tone down her energy, and obviously he referenced the situation that happened with the large one. So he should have just left it there for the day. He didn't need to return to this conversation about talking about slowing down the relationship, because, like Seaway said, I don't believe that's what he wanted. His actions, he would have been pulling back already. His actions would have been actions that would have pulled back if that's what he wanted. But I think he's obviously, like probably like Michael is, he's overthinking what's coming up, and I think he should be thinking. I think he really should be considering, will this work for him? But he did a lot of probably wrestling with the fact that she smells alcohol all the time. She's always drunk. And probably when they did the nasty that they did, the smell of alcohol. You know what I mean? I think that was probably a bit much for him. So I think he just needs to, in future, he needs to go back and just, once you've addressed it a few times, it actually is kind of cruel to set up a romantic date and then use that time to unload your gripes with your partner. What I feel like the type of information that he was trying to get across to her, for someone like him who is a people pleaser, who tries to go around and about what they're actually asking, that's reserved from, when the experts do those activities where they get them to create a safe space and discuss their sort of issues that they have with their partner. That would have been a better suited place for him to have that discussion. Someone then possibly as a mediator who could probably interpretate what he's actually saying. Someone like Pastor Cal, who can interpretate what each person is saying and how each person feels, so the other person understands without the judgment. Because ultimately, it was like he set her up and then rejected her. So I can kind of see where Lindsay's coming from. But ultimately, it doesn't change anything. Lindsay has issues that she needs to deal with. Her energy is too much for him. And I don't think he's going to be able to handle this. As much as they may last, because he's all in, he just wants to be married and all that kind of stuff. I think they'll stay together, but he's going to crash and burn. And I don't know whether he's going to be happy with her and the way she is. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with them.
Yeah, good points, ladies and gentlemen, as well. I think you guys have kind of said it. You ladies and gents have kind of said it as well. I think the setup of having the romantic date to discuss the issue was an issue. It's a bit like when your girl kind of sets you up, let's go out for dinner, and then she goes, let's talk. It's just not. It's that's a mad one when they do that. You know what I mean? This dinner's not gonna go down well. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna be halfway through eating your steak, and she says, "Let's talk." It's not the time, okay? Men and women do this. I'm being facetious, by the way, but it's just like it's just that it was a wrong setting to do it, because he had set it up as if it was gonna be a romantic date. By the way, this is a lesson to anybody else. If you set up a romantic date, if you decide that you're going to accept the date, please, this is not the time now to bring up the grudges and the past resentments that you have. That's for ladies and that's for men. Men, if you're setting up a date with your wife, this ain't the time to now start dropping the bombs. And ladies, this is your time. If you're getting invited, this is also not the time now to look all sexy and then drop the bombs on us. We don't need that, okay? That's confusion, okay, in the camp, and now we're not sure what's going on. Do you know what I'm saying? We're liking you at the moment, and then we're seeing we're angry at the same time. You know what I mean? Give us a bit of time, So I think there are contexts to when certain things should be done. It's also good as well to let someone have a heads up. You know what I mean? Like, look, I really want to discuss this particular issue. Can we discuss this, such and such? Kind of dropping her in a romantic date situation is political. So I totally get her point in that regard, that, it's a wasted romantic date now, and she'll forever remember that trash date that they had on the beach because he decided to talk about her drinking problems and issues that she has. That being said too, I wonder if production was asking him to talk about the issue, and because he's a people pleaser, saying no might have been difficult for him to say no to production. And you know what? I'm thinking to himself, he needed a push to talk about this anyway. You know what I mean? Like, he needed a push. Production, like, yeah, go talk about it. Alright, I needed a push anyway. I'm going to bring it up. He always looks like he's never fully ready to have a conversation that becomes difficult. And with a woman like her, you're going to need it straight and direct. Saying you're going to slow it down, you want to slow the relationship down, is problematic. Whether it was Lindsay or another girl, any woman or any man, you just enter the sheets, and then you want to tell the person, you know what? Let's slow it down. Everybody knows what that means. Basically, I got what I needed, and I need you to back up a little bit, because you're starting to do the things that I don't really like. You know what I'm saying? You're catching the feelings, you're getting too close, maybe you're hugging man too much. Man, them who've played the game knows exactly what I'm talking about. When you're trying to create that distance, it's like, that Life Boy doesn't know about that. He's a good boy. But it's you try to create that distance, and that's what it's gonna come across like. Forget her insecurities or what she's experienced. Even if you're fully healed, that's what it's gonna sound like. You needed to have chosen your words more circumspectly, being a bit more direct and phrase what you meant properly. And that's the people pleasing issues that are coming through with him, that he's not able to articulate what he's needing, and it's caused actually another issue. That being said, again, her reaction is a level of madness. Okay, her the way she fights, if he's not careful, he gonna end up in an abusive relationship. He gonna end up in a big time abusive relationship. He gonna be on our channel by the end of the season, and we're gonna be talking about abusive relationships, because the way she fights, she cuts, and she's happy to cut. And then when, for instance, like, she wants to have the last word and everything. So when he's like, "Do you want to talk?" "No, I don't want to talk. But cheers for ruining a romantic relationship. I'm gonna walk off." Okay, cool. He walks after her. "I don't want to talk, but let me just say this. Da 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 da. I'm gonna walk off again." It's like, yo, babe, you either want to talk, you don't want to talk, but you can't have both. That you don't want to talk and then you wanna berate man while you're there, right? So she knows exactly what she's doing when she does those particular actions, because that's what served her in the past. That's how she's won her battles. That's how she, fought for her victories, and she's doing the exact same thing right here in this relationship. But Mark struggles to shut things down. So bruh, even when, for instance, she would say she was going to go for a walk, it changed to then him saying, "You know what, I'm going to go for a walk." She's like, "Yeah, you can go for a walk now." At that moment, I would have turned around and said, "Listen, you know what? We are going to sit in this room, and we are going to sit here and look at each other. We're not going to sleep tonight. The lights are going to be on, and we're going to look at each other." No, but you know what I mean? Like, she had to have the last word. I'm petty. She had to have the last word, even when he said, "I'm going to leave." She has to say, "Well, no, you can leave now." That is like, she wants to make sure that he knows, "I've got you." You know what I'm saying? Like, don't think you can blame me. And that's going to get boring real quick. But if he doesn't also stand up for himself, he going to be in an abusive relationship. He going to be in one. She going to be tearing him a new asshole. What are you saying, Sean?
Yeah, I think it's funny that you said that about like going back and forth. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, or not even that. Like, I'm just going to generalize. So disclosure, disclaimer, I'm generalizing, right? So like, when men and women, when we engage with each other and we have disagreements, we fight differently, right? For the most part. So some things are going to be what they're going to be. And this is from a guy who was married 5 years and is divorced. So listen, I'm not saying I cornered the market on how to navigate a relationship, but there are some things that I have learned in the process. And what I will say is the back and forth, like, I was with a woman who liked to have the last word. I learned that, okay, you want to say you're going to walk out, and you're not going anywhere because you're not dressed to go anywhere. I'm technically the one that's going to leave. Say what you want to say. Get it off. Go off, So I think, like, sometimes you just got to let them have that. That's their way of venting. That's their way of releasing whatever is upset in the moment. And as long as it's not like, I mean, I see what you're saying a little, Coach, but I don't see how it was so horrible what she said. It didn't really, I guess maybe I'm anesthetized. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't have enough, whatever. But I don't see it as a big deal. She talked about him using the toilet and clogging it up. I had plenty of arguments in relationships and marriage. I wish that's what was talked about. You know what I mean? Like, so for her to go there, it's like, okay, she's upset. She didn't like the moment. We can talk about it afterwards. But in the heat of that argument, sometimes it's better for someone to just remove themselves. And if she wants to go off in the corner, slam a door and talk about whatever she wants to talk about, as long as afterwards we can have the conversation, we can talk about, hey, listen, I acknowledge my timing was off. I did it in the wrong setting, wrong environment, choose the wrong words. But this is what I was trying to say. This is what I want to get accomplished. Is I've seen a couple of instances where you've had a little bit too much to drink, a lot of it too much to drink. And then this is what happened. Can we talk about that? Like, is there a way for you to be in environments with people? We're on a group trip where we're not always fighting with other people, or I'm not always having to clean up your messes, and I was it just reminded me of a relationship where I went to a couple's trip, and my, the girlfriend that I was with at the time, it was like I'm always trying to clean something up, and I'm like, oh, well, this didn't happen. And then I'm like kind of like low-key arguing with another one of my friends, like, hey, listen, you said this and you shouldn't have said that. And then I'm trying to clean up this over here and trying to coach her to the side, like, hey, listen, you shouldn't say that. Like, you're in a relationship like that, like we all are probably seeing, you need to bounce. That person has a lot of things that need fixing. And if you're gonna constantly be doing that, I think it's like, you can win a fight, but at the end of the day, that the person needs to fix their problems.
Sorry, can I say? Sean, all I was going to say is I don't think there's anything wrong with what she actually said. It was just the reason why she said it. What she was saying to him, she said it to be spiteful. Her feelings were hurt in that moment, and she just decided, I'm going to let it rip. I'm going to say these things to you to hurt your feelings. So she actually talked about him clogging up the toilet. She said that you're showing me full frontal. So that would almost maybe imply that, she don't like what she see there, you know what I mean? So she's trying to let him know. So I think that's why we got Mark's a big guy, So I think we need to bear that in mind. Her intentions were to hurt his feelings. So I think that's why, oftentimes, let me not generalize, but oftentimes in those situations, in terms of how people fight, is they hit below the belt once their feelings are hurt. The intention is to hurt your feelings the way you hurt theirs, even if you didn't mean to do it. So yeah, I mean that's where the problem is. Other than that, I think she was well within her rights to be upset, and she addressed the actual issue. She just continued on and hit below the belt.
Hey, Alicia, you were going to say something? Oh, you were going to say something. Alicia didn't see it. Sorry, Alicia was going to say something earlier on. My bad.
I remember at the after party, she stated that she told Mark that she loved him after the boat ride. And so I feel like that is what made Mark say, oh, I gotta reel this in. Like she's already in a space where she loves me, and I think that really ignited his past experiences of being in a situation with a woman who is a drinking problem and is emotionally unstable, and he's like, oh, this looks very familiar. I think at the time of that conversation, having a truthful moment with her would have been better. Like, I don't want us to go into this dinner, thinking, I want to do this dinner for you at the same time. I also don't want you to get mixed signals of understanding, like, you love me. I appreciate that. We're still in a space though where we're getting to know each other, and I'm not there yet. And so maybe we need to I want to be mindful of your feelings, but I don't think Mark did not have any language to communicate that to her. That was too assertive. I think he would be just cringing about how her feelings were going to be hurt. But either way, you coming off with this vague language about how she's showing up when you have been direct with her in the past and just earlier, it just referenced that. But I think the I love you words is what put him in a space where he didn't have the space to navigate that.
That's helpful knowing that background. I think that brings clarity. I was like fast forwarding through the after party, so I missed that. But that makes sense why he mentioned slow down. I still probably believe that that's not fully what he meant, but that it is helpful if she's, moving that fast, her and Noi, that he was trying to pull back a little bit. All I was going to say is Life of Bosch, I took it the same way as belly out. I took it like belly out. Like the full frontal, like I just pictured him walking around with his belly out or something, and she's just like, okay, you're doing a lot. So that's how I took it too, like as a dig. I do agree with Sean. It's not the worst thing I've heard, but I definitely was like, ugh, when she said it. So she got the effect that she was looking for, because it still was like kind of jarring, So
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing you can say. It's definitely not. It's the energy that's carried with it. And as someone said in the chat as well, it's 3 days in. That's what she's got on him right now. Give it a few more weeks. What else will she have on him? Watch when she starts talking about your fade, huh? Watch when she starts talking about your panas. Yeah, you don't know where she's gonna go next. Yeah, next you know, it's
She's
Caucasian
gonna talk
sex.
about his mum.
Unless you're talking about his mum. Listen, people like that who are willing to go underneath the belt, okay, to win a bout, will continually keep on going underneath the belt to win the bout, and there'll be nothing off limits. Do you know what I'm saying? So she's just starting small right now. Okay, she's starting with a little bit of soft pastel. Okay, she's gonna be going on the hard acrylics later on, and then you're gonna see she's gonna be going on to the hard paper maches and the 3D pictures. She's just building. Slowly but slowly. Don't worry about my art skills.
Can we get a
What kind of art
translation?
project? What kind of
Yeah.
art project analogy
get
are
a
you
translation?
doing?
Listen, you better leave my art projects alone, okay? That's what I got to D. Leave my art projects alone.
I don't know what you just said.
Huh?
You're not looking like, what did this man just say?
Pastels, acrylic.
If you didn't know what I said, how you know what I mean? Like the people will know what I'm saying. I don't know if they will. To be honest, I don't know if they
I
will.
think they're still stuck at Panas or whatever you said.
Panas. Yeah. So she gon' go below the belt.
Well,
No
she
pun
got the
intended.
Panas, and she didn't seem like she was complaining about
Obviously,
it.
the Panas is obviously doing the Panas do then,
Panas-
because
Panases.
that could have been where if she was really trying to hurt him, the Panas was Panasing. If that was what
Exactly.
she wanted to do, she would have gone there. But obviously, the Panas is doing what it needs to do.
Exactly. She was
It's a lesson to brothers out there. Make sure your Panas is doing what Panas need to be doing, otherwise you're gonna be out here called out. Next you know you're on a lonely thread or something like that, fam. I don't even know. Yeah, I mean, next you know you're on a thread somewhere. But all jokes aside, like it's she's the energy she's carrying more than anything. It's the energy she's carrying. So, but yeah, I'm definitely hearing you guys loud and clear in terms of the subject. Okay, let's talk about another couple. There was we've done Noy and Steve, we've done Lindsay and Mark. Why I feel there's another couple and then I'm forgetting their name. Before the black people get entered, there's another couple. Who's the other couple? Well, listen, Chris are done, man.
I mean, we really didn't go too far into Noy and Steve.
You got some more to say about Noy and Steve?
I think the one thing that kind of stood up to me is that you remember when they were sitting at the balcony and he kept pushing her to say, like, let's do this activity and I want to do this activity and I want to do this activity and I want to camp. I want to go on this camping tour and I want to go on this. And she's like, well, no, I don't want to do that. And she was like, and I'm afraid of heights. And he's just like, has her like lock hold in this half hug in front of the terrace. I'm like, bro, just, take it easy a little bit, bro. Like, come on. She's scared of heights. The camping, I don't want to do camping. And I would hope that he has had months of camping across the road in the RAV4 that he would want to be in a physical dwelling at this point. Like, bro, you've had your camping. And if it means that much to you, go camping on with your bros or whomever you're aligned with as friends that wants to do the camping thing. But, like, let's not talk about camping on your honeymoon. Nobody camps at the beach on their honeymoon. Now, on the other side, I do think it's Noy. Noy is like needy Noy. It's like, I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that and I don't like the water and I don't want to do this. That can kind of borderline be annoying, combined with the, married at first love that she's already embraced. So I think like, it'll be interesting because I want to like these two, but then I know what maths does to us. So I'm just waiting for the ball to drop with them. So I'm just curious to see what everybody thought about how they interacted in those moments and like that.
I'm hearing you on that, brother. I'm hearing you on that. Go for it, Seaway.
I definitely feel like they're most likely to make it out of all the couples. So I'll just say that. I think they're definitely the most likely to make it. I think the problem with Noy and Steve's interaction is so far Noy. Everything about her interaction is just coming off very insecure and very immature. The rating system was killing me. just the constant need of validation was killing me. There's more stuff. I mean, as it comes to the camping situation, I was with Noy on that. Don't ask me to camp. I'm not camping. If it doesn't have a bathroom, like not an outhouse, but like a real bathroom. If it has bugs, like no thanks. So I don't know. I was with Noy on that situation, and Sean, I missed what you were talking about. Maybe I missed that. I don't know where I was. I just think Noy just threw me off with the "I love you" thing or "I'm falling in love." I feel very strongly about people misusing this word. If you don't know someone, if you don't know their good, bad, ins and outs, if you haven't been with them through 4 seasons, a year, if you're not willing to ride through them with the ups and the downs, like, then you're just misusing the word. So that was just kind of bothersome for me. And if I was Steve, I would be like, this is kind of a red flag from her that she's saying that she's falling in love and she doesn't even know anything about this man. She doesn't even know like what's gonna happen when they move back in. Like, I'm not gonna go there, but just like basic stuff, like basic things, like she doesn't know. So I'm just confused why that was just a huge red flag. I think they'll be fine, but she just needs a lot of validation. So I just hope their maturity levels even out. Because even though he's the floater, he just seems a lot more emotionally stable than Noy. So
Yeah, go for Alicia.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of stood out to me, and I'm remembering now, like the first episode where her relationship, she was like moving across the country to connect with these guys. And so it makes sense now, this whole falling in love in 3 days kind of thing that she's doing, where she's leading just with her emotions or the infatuation piece, because it's going to take a lot for me to move across the country for a man. And it's not it's uprooting your whole life. So it seems like maybe she is not, she's easily impressed, and she was really appreciative of him wearing her cultural garb, like, and moved to tears. Like, that was a nice gesture. But it seemed like it was like something she thought meant like more than what it meant. Like, it's like this is a sign. This is meant to be. Kind of, that's the energy she was giving with that. So I think that she leads with her emotions, while Steve leads with logic, which could be, well, logic. Hopefully, he has money in his bank account and to really back that up. But um, it could be a balance where they could help each other. So even him saying, "Hey, you don't even know all of me yet," and her saying, "Oh yeah, well, you're right. I guess I should take that into consideration." So hopefully they can find a middle in that way. But she needs to take, maybe, I was gonna say, take a few notes from Sriracha, who was interrogating him. Like, have some more questions and be a little bit more curious. Because no bathrooms. I need a hotel. Need a hotel. Yeah, and a 401k. Thanks.
in the country, in America.
Wow, you're not gonna just throw you on into bus like that.
No, you can get one in Laos, no? Can't you
No,
get one in
we can
Laos?
lead it in America. That's it.
Don't worry, man. I hear you. Don't worry, man. Steve's time is coming. Don't worry. Steve's time is coming. Don't worry. But okay, cool. Laughable, you want to go for it? You were gonna say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, funny enough, I think they showed us in the previews for the season, and maybe it may not play out like that, but they showed us there's a point where she's probably going to ghost him for a period of time. I don't know what that's going to be about, but I can see that being maybe the theme of their relationship, of her being caught in between highs and lows of, I love you, I don't think this is going to work out, and then they'll probably even say yes on decision day. And I think that will be their thing. And I think man at first sight, when on decision day, when they play clip they should play Alicia Keys, and like falling in and out of love. That's what they should play. That should be the theme song for that, because that's what their relationship's going to be like. I can see a lot of things about him that are going to probably be an issue for her. She's going to put off, and it's all going to build up, and she's going to act immature. I actually think he's more mature than her, from what I'm seeing, as well. So, yeah, they'll make it, but it's just going to be a lot of stupid stuff you're going to see from them. Because from what I was seeing, she was really pushing him to, I guess, try and explain his feelings. And I was like, it's 3 days. You don't need this. Just keep getting to know the person. There's no need to be pushing for feelings. I don't understand. Usually it's the experts that push them to talk about their feelings. They're not forthcoming with that. Usually the couples don't talk about feelings. Everybody is talking about feelings now, so maybe production is involved. But to me, it's not making any sense. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I've never been in that position where someone's telling me really early, then I can probably comprehend that they're falling for me in that sense. So I only can imagine that Steve was probably like freaked out by it to an extent. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. I'm hearing you. There's some good points here. Listen, I can't complain. There's some good points here, that we're making around these couples as well. I'm liking where the conversation's kind of going. Let me segue then to, I think, did we talk about Alyssa and Chris? We kind of did touch upon them when we spoke
talked about Alyssa. I don't think we talked about them as a unit, but...
Is there much to talk about? Is there much to add in terms of thing? I mean...
No, the production is really the quiet storm that is not talked about. I mean, if I was Chris, I don't know what legal avenue he would have. I would have to think about it, because I mean, those contracts I'm sure they're great, but honestly, the production is just as bad as Alyssa is in playing Chris. And that's all I've been dying to say. Like, I think Alyssa looks worse because production is like, every time she says something, screen goes to his stomach. Every time she says something about his teeth, screen goes to his teeth. Or they got the camera under his face, under his chin, getting like literally the worst angles. They got him falling off of stuff, looking goofy, falling off of the paddleboard. I mean, like, if you know, like, we're so used to being consumers of TV. I don't think it's like innate to think about production. Like, we're supposed to not think about production. We're supposed to just watch the show and whatever. But it's so bad that I'm just like, this is like, production is doing him worse than her. We don't need the zooms on. Like, they zoomed the entire wedding on his teeth, which means they know what they were doing. And people are very particular about teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are very particular about that.
It's very true.
And they tie it to like other issues, like people tie like teeth to hygiene and health, class, and like teeth is like a very particular thing. So like if she asked for someone with certain teeth and they did that,
I don't know why they did that. Yep. They would have a laugh at her expense.
And at his, and I just don't. I feel really bad that he has to like. I don't know how he's hanging in with that. And then people it's all cap. Oh, mental health. We need to care about people's mental health. Whatever, cap. Because this person is not a celebrity, so they're not going to be used to the attention. And you're literally like, and I know a man is usually better at like taking digs at his personal appearance, but like everyone has a limit. I didn't like that.
That's true.
Chris needs to have some self-respect and enjoy his honeymoon by himself. He needs to go do all the activities, go snorkeling, go scuba diving, go paragliding, do everything, go to some bars. He needs to not pay this woman any attention. And when it comes to time to fly home, He should just say, where's that apartment? Can I get one by myself? Okay, 8 weeks, no rent, whatever, and he should
Yep.
just enjoy the next 8 weeks of his life, and just forget that this was an experiment. That's what he needs to do, because there's no point doing what he's doing. He keeps trying to placate her, keeps trying to include her. She's not interested. You know she's not interested, because you know what it looks like when a woman's interested in you. So we don't need to second guess that. He knows. He just is invested in this process. But he needs to just see that the other person isn't trying, and no one's going to fault him if he decides to stop trying himself. There shouldn't be any pressure on him to do that. If production want to keep filming him for 8 weeks, saying nothing, doing nothing, going about his daily routine, feel free. But if this woman's not interested, have some self-respect. Stop trying to chase this woman. She's not interested in you. She actually said that the only interactivity she enjoyed was the paddleboarding, because they were far apart. So what left is there to say? I hope that by next week it all ends and we don't have to see them two on our screens again. That they can just be let out the process, because I think it's unfair to keep putting that man in that position. I've never seen anybody zoom in a camera shot, I guess, go underneath someone's face to look at their teeth and to look at the crookedness of their teeth or anything like that. I've never seen that happen on TV before, unless it was like, really, really bad teeth. His teeth aren't great, but they're not that bad that you need to do this. Like,
and they kept doing it as well.
Exactly. The black and white, the black and white. Yeah, that's just me. So, he doesn't deserve that. I think people are trying to. We don't even know what Chris is like, to be fair. We just know that he's not setting any good boundaries. It's too much. She's got too much camera time. Get her off the screen, and just let's get down to, is it 4 couples rather than 5? Yeah, that's it for me.
But he asked her, and again, like I said this for the women last year, so I have to be fair because I said it about Ryan's ex-wife. Help me out, Brett. I said the same thing about Brett. Like, you shouldn't have to wait for someone to let you go to let yourself go. So yeah, I'm gonna have that same energy for oh my gosh, these names. You know who I'm talking about. Chris, thank you. However, I feel like it's so early on in the process. He's asked her multiple times, if you're at a 0, just let me know. And it doesn't seem like she's giving him a direct answer. And so, which leads me to believe that she won't give him a direct answer because she still wants to play this game, this TV stuff. So yes, he does need to respect himself and he needs to move on. But at this early in the game, like, I feel like if she would have told him, like how Chris did with Paige, which people didn't like it, but he was more direct up front in the beginning. Like, I just don't want you, period. I don't want you. I don't like you. I don't like your face. I don't like nothing about you. If you just say that, then he have his freedom papers to just move along. I think he's going to free himself at some point, hopefully. But I do think it's whack that he's asking her and she's not giving him a direct answer.
Yeah.
If I were Chris, the moment she said the experts got this wrong, I would have been researching an extreme frisbee resort or something where he was at, wherever in Puerto Rico, and then just go and frolic by myself. Because that's what she said in that statement. Period. If you feel the expert got this wrong, that means you're not in this. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. That's this mind game she playing. It's not cool.
Yeah, and that's my thing with her. She wants him to agree with her not liking him. Like, that's what she's looking for that. Like, don't you agree? The experts got this wrong. And he's like, hey, listen, I'm open to giving this a try. And she's like, no, but they got it wrong. Don't you understand that? And he's like, no, I'm willing to give it a try. And then she's like, well, you're calling me lying. And so what I saw a little hope from him is when he called her in the last episode, he told her that, he was like, she's gaslighting me because she's spinning, or, trying to tell him something that he knows is not true. So I think there's some hope for him. And then in the previews of the next episode, he definitely calls her out for being not in it and not in the process. So I hope he, don't try to appease her, because you saw what happened when he even said that. She was like, "Oh, he's just being a yes man, and I don't want that either." Okay, so you just don't want him. He can't do anything to make you happy. So just release him. Release him. And to everybody else's point, he should release himself and trying to be interested in her. Be like, you know what? I actually, you know what, Alyssa? I don't even want to stay in the room with you. Even if you begged me to stay, I don't want to stay with you. I actually like staying in a separate room because at least I have peace of mind by myself. That's the point he needs to, that confidence. Just be like, do you? I'm done.
I'm hearing you. Unfortunately, the brother's stuck in the sunken. No, it's not in sunken place, but he just. Yeah, I think he will get it. Like I said, I'm not in the business of being in relationships or trying to even convince Gala to like me. It don't make no sense for me. If you don't like me from the jump, it's okay. I'm not going to be consistent. I'm not going to be knocking at your door. I'm not going to be sending sweet texts every morning. I'm not sending you gifts. Listen, man, I want to say it now. Okay, the ladies are laughing at us. Okay, when you're sending them all these gifts that you keep sending for the last 2 years. Listen, stop it. All right, stop sending the bloody gifts to them. All right, she's just gonna keep on collecting, and keep on collecting, and keep on collecting. Okay, all right. Get somebody that likes you the same way you like them, man. Freaking heck. Do you know what I mean? Too many men them sending gifts and stuff and trying to win these girls' heart by buying them out. Anyway, listen, that's another story for another day.
Real quick. What about the psychic and the tattoo, the eagle tattoo?
Does he have an eagle tattoo though?
No, he does not have an eagle tattoo.
Did you hear the drama about that, Sean?
Yeah, the tea about that is the best part. We got to get to that.
Wait, there's actually somebody that's got an eagle tattoo?
No, so the drama was that the tattoo was really a lion tattoo, and that caused issues because Steve has a lion tattoo, and then she changed it to decrease the drama and say that it was an eagle tattoo.
Apparently, Noi was crying because she basically was saying that her husband was her soulmate, and we know it's possible because we see what happened with Bao
and Johnny.
And right, so look, doing a little switcheroo is possible. So she was crying, thinking that old girl was gonna steal her husband because the psychic said that was her husband. It's a mess.
But is Steve even her type?
Probably more than the
exterior wise.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh damn. I didn't think Steve was even that kind of type, so that still doesn't work for me. Okay.
I want to say something so disrespectful, but listen, I'm just gonna hold it. I'm just gonna hold it.
She's a crazy one. All right, cool. Yeah, psychics are finishing people's relationships. Okay, let's then shift it now. We got Olu and his Mrs. Katrina. Yeah, he's now Olu.
His name is Olu.
His name is Olu now. Olu and Katrina. We got Olu and Katrina. And their relationship, interesting stuff. I want to ask Amanda first. Is Olu out here playing games? Is Olu out here playing games? Is this brother really truly reformed? Do you feel he's actually reformed, Mandem? Do you think Olu is reformed? Or is he still a bad boy? We call him a Zeke. Sean, what are you saying?
Truth be told, I don't think he knows himself. I don't even think he's found himself. So I just think like he doesn't know who to be. That's what I see him like, this pseudo persona that he puts on, another alter ego where he was Isaac going by his middle name and, doing all this foolishness, sleeping with mothers and daughters. It's like, bro, do you know yourself? Like, have you found yourself really before you, got to this whole marriage process? I just don't think he knows himself. But he's kind of like a likable kind of dude. He seems like he's genuinely caring. He's definitely extra. He does a lot. He talks a lot. I don't know. Could he slip back into his F boy ways? I wouldn't put it past him, but I don't. I think like it would just. I don't. What I'm trying to say is I don't think he is intentionally like trying to lie to her. He doesn't know himself or know that he may just not be ready for marriage. So he's just saying all the things that he thinks you need to say. Just like I'm your husband and you're my wife. It's like we understand that. That's what marriage means. Like we don't have to scream out titles every 5 seconds, which, you know, he often does. And even in the little gym moment, it's like I don't think he knows himself, you know, and then the part that he does, he takes a little too seriously. Like those are my thoughts about him.
Okay. Life of Bodge. Player. No player.
Can I plead the fifth?
You don't know previous 50 years. Sir,
Listen,
come and tell us the truth.
as a Nigerian and he's from my tribe, I can't call, you know, I
You
can't call him
can't
a
say
player.
it. You can't
But
say
what I
it.
can say,
Here y'all go.
is
Here y'all go.
what I can say is I think I think that he thinks that he's changed.
Hmm.
I think he thinks that he's changed. I think he wants to be that husband. He wants to have a wife. In his mind, he has an image of what that looks like and what a husband is. And I think to the rest of us, it's not looking like what he thinks it looks like. And I think, like I was saying earlier, I think it's one of those things where you often find with maybe a lot of men who haven't really dealt with that part of their past, or the reason why they wanted to be promiscuous, or the reasons why they were promiscuous in the past. And then they just sort of go into the next thing. And every now and again, when they get the opportunity to talk about their past, they get excited and they want to talk about it. And do you know what I mean? Because these are parts of their life that are big parts, things they took pride in. And whether they now say that they don't take pride in it, a lot of men do take pride in it. They may have been lonely, but they definitely took pride in it. So I think that's what you're getting from him. It's those sort of moments of things that were exciting, parts of his past, which he keeps bringing up. And I think that's something that he should have dealt with before stepping into this process. It doesn't necessarily mean he's now going to play her. He's going to be a cheater. They won't work out, but he's going to need to mature a bit faster in terms of letting go of that. And I don't know whether there's anybody equipped in this process to help him with that. I don't think that's what the what are they called? What the experts are for, because they basically labeled him reformed player. They've labeled him that the whole time. So they clearly can't see it. So yeah, I wouldn't call him. I won't say he's still a player, but I do think he hasn't dealt with the reasons that led to him being promiscuous, I would say. But hey, his wife kind of likes that kind of thing because that's what she's ever dealt with, and that's kind of the kind of lifestyle she's coming from. So maybe they might be all right. This is the best relationship she's ever had, according to her. And she's falling in love. So if she likes it, I love it.
I hear you on that. Ladies, talk to me. What's your thoughts? Ola? It's Ola, actually. It's not Olu, it's Ola. My bad. Has he changed?
I'm with everyone else. I think he wants to change. Olajuwon has taken me on an emotional roller coaster that entire episode. And it ended up with me being actually so touched by the situation with him and Katina. But I also, the whole time, I was like, I'm touched, but then I feel like I'm about to get played. It's me. I was worried about being played as if I was in it, because I'm just like, no, Katina, I want to be happy for you, but I'm scared. But I want to be happy for you, but I'm scared. I just literally was screaming that I'm scared for her. Not that I think she's wrong for trying to trust, because at some point you have to try to trust, But and I'm not mad at her for trying to trust, because you can't really find love until you do. But I'm definitely afraid. I think Olajuwon wants to change. I think the words that he says are words that he means. I think everything he said to her, he meant. I just feel like his follow through is going to be the issue, more so his consistency. I feel like he's going to be the husband that means all those things, but maybe cheat on you once a quarter or maybe once a year. He still love you though, but you know, he got to go to the strip club and get that out. And then he'll probably put you through that for like 5 years. And then he'll slow down and he'll get better and better if you stick it out. I think that's kind of the relationship is going to be. I'm not sure if Katina is going to be able to stick through that. That's worst case scenario. Best case scenario, he, you know, got his little itch for the strip club, can go, and that'll be enough. But I don't know. I don't want to call him like, I think because he's being sincere, it's hard for me to say negative things because I believe that he's being sincere. And I feel like unlike a lot of guys that come on these reality shows, Married at First Sight and Ready to Love, Olajuwon actually has taken the process serious in his head, which is more than I can say for a lot of people. I just don't know how it's going to end up. And I think he's going to be fighting with himself. I will say, what I didn't like is him playing games and testing her about that gym situation. That really blew me. Like, don't test people. Like, that's childish. The energy that he was giving in the gym was strange. That's the emotional roller coaster. He's kind of all over the place. I didn't like that. Katina's definitely the one in the two though, because she's not going to play with him. So I think they're a good match. They're a good match, and she's not going to let him do whatever. But that's what I think. Is he changed? Maybe. Probably not.
I hear that.
Yeah, I had to think back because I do agree with Siwa. I do agree that his heart is in it, but he also doesn't know what it is. Like, he doesn't know what the job. He's just applying, saying he's qualified for the job, but has no idea what the actual qualifications are. But I could do it. I could do it. I could do it. And he's trying to sell himself and Katina on it. I think what my hypothesis of what I think that test was about, because I had to really understand it. I'm going back to the wedding day when he was like bawling because he was so anxious and getting the reassurance from his best friend and his family, and then he said like once they left he just felt scared and shook after they left, like still insecure, and then getting to the beginning, getting to the what is it, the altar, and he's saying how beautiful she is, and then he's like, well, what you gonna say? You know, he's like looking for that validation from her, and Katina is quiet. She's just a quiet person, and I think that quietness makes him so unsure of where she really stands, and having her wall up in this relationship, that's where these tests come from. And it's gonna get so old. It's already old. Like, her demeanor at that gym, you could just tell like this is not what I need. And then and even kind of using the three-way conversation or threesome conversation as like a reverse test then at the dinner. Are you sure? I'm not? You sure I'm not? You was okay with that? Are you sure? There's a way to say, hey, I need to know where you're at. You know, I'm giving you all these grand gestures. I'm completely 100% in, and it seems like maybe you could have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But testing her in a place where it's like almost borderline like emotionally abusive, that's not okay, Olajuwon. But his heart is in it, but he just don't know what it is at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the testing. I think that was way too much. You know, if you're testing your wife, partner, girlfriend, whatever you want to call it, you're in dangerous grounds. I think like Bodgy kind of said it. Where would you stop testing the person? You know what I mean? Yeah. Listen, man, them don't follow that route. Let's not. Okay. Okay, Darren came on here, said the exact same thing, and I cussed him out. Listen, you ain't out here gonna be testing your girlfriends, and they are not here for testing. They're not here for a job interview. All right, like we're not supposed to be testing our partners. We're in a relationship of trust. That's not going to help build trust in your relationship by trying to test them to see what they're going to do. And not only did he test her, bruv, he was like, the way he was talking to her at points, bro, like hold it straight. I was like, bruv, that was my sister. You there were a few words that would be said, maybe not to you, because that's going to cause interruption in your relationship. But I have to say to my sister, I don't think that's the kind of relationship you want to be in. This is not going the way it's meant to be going. You know, just that kind of stuff there. You know, like that's not how you do a burpee. I'm like, sir, you're not playing around. You're telling us the testing. You're not playing around. I think this is you. Because I've not forgotten what your friend said, that you try to mold the person into what you want. So I've not forgotten what your friends have said. So for me, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of him doing that. That wasn't cute at all, to be honest. It wasn't about that life. Go for it, Siri.
And whoever said this, please at me so I can give you credit because it went by too fast. I think Kojo, you're right. That gym thing just looked like his personality, if you ask me. Then he realized that he was being a little douche, and he probably was like, "Oh, it's just a test." The real test was the one he didn't announce. The test was the mother-daughter thing. I feel like he really did all that to see what she was gonna say, because he was itching to say that. Like he was like, "I am not leaving this boat until I tell them and my wife that I was doing the most back in the day." And he wanted to see if she was gonna freak out, get insecure, or whatever. And she didn't. I mean, she didn't like it, but she was just like, that was a real test. He was testing her all day. He has
and she failed.
Yeah.
She failed that test. If he was testing her, she failed. Because she didn't tell her true sentiments and feelings. He asked her, and this is I'll probably do in my review. When he said it at the dinner table when they spoke after, he asked her, "How did you feel when I said about the mother and daughter thing, about the threesome thing? Actually, it was about the threesome." And she's like, "I wasn't pressed about the fact that you said it." And he was like, "Wait, you sure you weren't feeling you weren't feeling no type of way when I said it?" The moment he asked the second time, I said that you knew exactly what you were saying. Why are you asking her a second time if she felt some type of way? Why did you want her to feel the type of way? You want her to feel the type of way? Why did you tell the story to make her feel the type of way? That's mad. Like, then I started to realize, no, you're doing things to this girl. Like, I'm. The more I start adding some of the things in my head, I'm starting to think to myself, this boy is going down a lane that he could become a villain real quick, bro. If he doesn't start wheeling the rope real quick, you're going down a lane that I'm not feeling right now. Do you know what I mean? But he definitely was testing, and the fact that he asked that question twice, and she basically said, "No, it's cool, baby. Your face, Katina, your face on the boat told us everything." And there's another thing you'll notice when I do my review, you'll see it. Either she moved or he moved. As soon as he started telling the story about mother and daughter, there was a gap between the two of them. And he was on his own. So I don't know if that's because he moved and he was excited about telling the story, or whether she decided to move closer towards Jasmina as he was telling the story. But something happened. As soon as he told the story, there's a gap that comes between the two of them. Because before that, they're close. After that, there's a gap that comes between the two of them. Sorry, go on, Sean. What are you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, because I think one thing about Katina is she's not afraid to call him out. And I think that's what's good about them, because on the after party, what she did say, because Keisha wound up having them call Elijah Wan to clear the whole story up and get some more details about what transpired. And she said it there. She was like, it is what it is, but I just don't think he needs to be just sharing that. It's not something we need to talk about. It's his past, and I think she's more so like that, which is how the protector in her came out when the whole Lindsay situation And that's why I think there's a glimmer of hope for them, because she's good for him, because she anticipated how that could go if Olajuwon was the one facing off against Lindsay, this is when we as men would need a woman to protect us. And it's not the physical protection, but it's taking it away from us, because us arguing with a woman, let alone a white woman, is not going to go anywhere well, right? So she took it on. And I think in the same way, she's able to see like some of this stuff, it's dumb, it's immature. He's like a stupid frat guy. And I don't mean to call him stupid, but it's just kind of like, you're proud of these little antics, right? So it's just kind of like, I had a threesome, and I slept with the mom and her daughter. It's like, oh, pat me on my back. Yeah, bro, it's kind of gross, but whatever. You had the moment. And I think like he needs the kind of person that could just kind of like pull his coattail a little, like, hey, listen, bro, grow up. First of all, you keep talking about back in the day. You are what, 27? Like, how much life have you lived, right? You were an adult for like less than 10 years. Just cut it out. Cut it out. It's like, come on. It's getting annoying. Oh, back in the day. You're back in the day when? 2 years ago, bro? Like, come on. But at the end of the day, I think like I like their dynamic. And I like the way she calls him out, because if there's one thing, like, the male ego is delicate, right? So if done the wrong way, it could flip it, right? And sometimes we need that feminine energy, right, to call us out in the right way where we can get it and like kind of slow our roll. And I think she knows enough to know how to handle him appropriately. Now, if he's going to still be a jerk and cheat on her, I hope not, but I think they have potential in that regard.
I'm hearing you, bro. Okay, no, I'm hearing you. All right, let's switch it to the finale, the bonanza, the big one, Jasmina and our boy Michael. I know it's a bit touch and go with these two here. I know there's two opposing sides, two opposing forces, different points of view. So I want to get you guys' perspective. Let me get the guys to go first, just because I know you guys weren't here earlier on. What's your thoughts to Jasmina and Michael, Sean?
So these two, I think like when a couple just needs to stop talking, like you're talking too much. It's the over communication for me. And the issue that I have, first, I'll say with Michael, I definitely see how he overthinks and overprocesses. And I give him kudos for trying to share his thoughts with her, but pace yourself, one, know your audience, two. He's got to realize the woman that he's with and how she receives information. So I think that's the lesson in it for him. It's like, give it in doses. You guys already had that stupid argument, which wasn't even your argument to have, and it became an argument that didn't need to be an argument, right? It was just silly and circuitous and nonsensical. So I think like that lesson, he should have said right there, you know what, let's just overdose on fun, right? And let's try to keep it light until we get to the next one, but we're already in a whole nother argument here, day two. Now for her, I think there's something very ironic about her, which trips me out a little bit, because she accuses him of being negative. She accuses him of being pessimistic. But meanwhile, anytime they have a disagreement, she's like, I don't think I can take this. And, but no, I don't think that's the way it is. It's like, ma'am, you just accused him of doing the same thing, but you just flip right back and do the same thing because he's doing it. It's like, how are you meeting his negativity with positivity? How are you asking questions for clarity before you're assuming the worst of what he's trying to say to you? Like, he tried to apologize. It wasn't enough. Then you try to sell us I'm sorry for how you feel. She's definitely grown enough to know what that means. The language behind that, it means I'm saying sorry because I want you to shut up because I really don't think I did anything wrong. So pick a road. I don't feel like I cut you off. And that's that. And maybe I'm sorry that you felt like I cut you off, but I'm sorry you feel that way, and then trying to reposition as like everybody knows that means an apology. No, everybody does not know that. I know that to mean exactly what he was explaining it to mean, which is it's like the half apology and not really an apology. So like, don't try to sell us on that. And I just want her to have a little bit of self-awareness. I want her to leave some room for, maybe you are wrong. Maybe your perspective is wrong. And how about you don't try to change the way he thinks? Like, she's so frustrated with his mindset. No, that's what makes the world go round, baby girl. It's like people with different perspectives, different views, different ways of going about things. That makes the world go round. You know what I mean? So like, be open to what he's saying. You might learn something different, and then he might be able to learn something different from you. But if your first instinct is to fight, run, tell him he's wrong, he's thinking wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Like, how do you expect a positive outcome to come out of that conversation? So that's my thoughts on those two.
Strong. Okay, Sean, I hear you. Seaway, let me hear what you're saying, so we didn't get to hear from your perspective. Jasmina and Michael.
Man, let me just start off saying these two are not going to make it. I don't see it for them at all, in the slightest. I definitely don't see it for Jasmina. I don't think we've gotten deep yet into a lot of her issues, but I think we'll see them soon, because I'm just not liking what I'm seeing. I'm going to get to Michael in a second, but that situation, their first argument was completely Jasmina doing the most, and that was her. Okay, the second argument was mostly Michael. Not learning. He's in the young married phase where the husband doesn't know when to pick his battles. He's in that stage. That's a dangerous stage to be in. Not knowing, which hill you want to die on. That's the place he's at. And I think that's what happened with the whole, you cut me off thing. Like an OG in the marriage game would have never even made that a big deal. But I think Michael doesn't know which situation he needs to bring up, because he could have really honestly kept that to himself. But the issue I have with Jasmina is that I understand her being like, hey, I didn't cut you off. I definitely didn't feel like I cut you off. But to pretend that saying I'm sorry you feel that way is a real apology, like Sean said, that's just a very intellectually dishonest conversation, and that is where I had an issue with her. Like, I would have rather her just say, I don't, like, for me, to me, an apology means change behavior. So I do my best not to apologize to people to placate their feelings if I don't feel like I did anything. So if she would have just stood on the fact that I'm not apologizing to you because I didn't cut you off, get out of your feelings, that to me is better than saying, I'm sorry you feel that way, as an apology, because that is just a disingenuous conversation. I also don't like that he supposedly yelled at her. And he knows that he has a yelling problem. I mean, I think that's also not okay. But I just think the whole thing has went downhill since she started to really internalize that he is negative thing from her sisters. And I feel like the sisters really welcomed her into their family genuinely and told her that as of like, just try to help him through that type situation, not use that against him type situation. And I just don't feel like that's markers for like how Katina tries to cover Olajuwon. I feel like Jasmina is not covering her husband in any way. And also when he was sharing about the death of all of his family members, her response was just so cold, so just standoffish. And I just don't see like the emotional warmth that he is going to need. And I also think his dynamic of being raised in a house full of women and his sister is taking care of him, maybe he also doesn't have the tools to properly know how to lead in this relationship either. And I think the combination of the two is going to be really detrimental. And I don't think Jasmina wants to bend. I think Michael will bend more than Jasmina. I don't see Jasmina bending. And we saw that last season with the issue with a person who doesn't want to bend. Those are always the relationships that are going to fail. So I think the problem with these two, they're both very stubborn. They both want to be right. And if you want to be right in a relationship, you don't want to be married. And I can yell that from the top of the roof, but if you are fixated on being right, you will not be married long. That is like, the people think it's money. It is money. It could be money. People think it's cheating. It's usually not cheating. It's like stupid arguments, people wanting to be right about everything. Like, if you want the final word, you can have it, but you won't be married. And I can tell you for sure, Jasmina wants the final word. So I think it's going to be unfortunate for the both of them because they both need and want this life partner. But the way they're going, Olu and Katina will make it first. And that's saying a lot with how off the chain Olu is. So
totally hear you, Siwe. Totally hear you. Alicia, what's your thoughts?
You know, I think that it's pretty sad that even Jasmina and Michael are both in a space where they're actually fighting against each other, but they are both doing it pretty similarly. Like, they both are in a place where they're just rooted and not willing to see each other's perspectives. Like, Michael at the end was trying to, like, okay, well, if that's how you want to apologize, okay, then. But still, it was more of swallowing it and not really dealing with the issue with her. It seems like Jasmina, I don't know if she's trying to have this internal battle with our father figure, and like, so to say that a man is right, oftentimes, I know the lady's going to get me in the chat, but oftentimes it can be where women do broad stroke and feel like we are right all the time. And so it's hard to hear that you are wrong. And I'll speak to myself as a wife. I had to learn to hear my husband. And that's a lesson you have to learn. And it seems like Jasmina just for some reason doesn't have the heart, doesn't have the pause to hear, you wrong, sis, respectfully. And you could be wrong, and that is okay. It doesn't mean that you're losing control in the relationship if you're wrong. It just means that you want to hear what he has to say, respect his feelings, and validate his experience. That's it. That's it. I didn't know you. I cut you off. My bad. My bad. I didn't know. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. What would you lose? That's why I asked Jasmina. What would you lose if you said that? What would it cost you? What would it cost you? I see it costing you your marriage right now. Like, that's what I see it costing you, because Michael, even though he is limited in his communication, he is you can see the effort is there. He's like, all right, I know I normally do this. Okay, I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, do I move this chess piece or do I move this one? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. My sister say I do this, my friends say I do this. Okay, I'm really trying. But Jasmina is like, take your effort and go somewhere, because it's not good enough for me. It has to be perfect. And I'm like, I don't know where you're gonna find this perfect person. I get, it's just, Michael he's trying. Can we give him? He's not perfect. He does not. He seems to really be trying to find his voice. He's either very, very quiet, or this aggressiveness that we didn't see on screen. Right? He admitted to it. It's like, come on. Come on, help a brother out. That's all. Help a brother out. Give him a space. Give him a space. That's all I got.
Can we have a round of applause for Alicia? Come on. We love it when our good sisters just like dropping knowledge, dropping facts, no bias. I love it. Appreciate you.
See, we don't take that. I wouldn't have it, Welsh.
No,
bang him.
listen.
Bang him out, fam.
Let's clear something up.
No, he's
wait,
right.
Wait. Just let me say, Seaway is my good sis. There is no bias on her part.
I was kidding.
This is my friend in life, my Peloton pal.
Not the Peloton.
This is my sister right here. So no, that was not a shot for you. I don't want anybody coming for you. That was just a general statement to Alicia, who really dropped some really great gems there, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I agree. It was a lot to take from that. That was a lot of people. A lot of us women need to hear it. We have to pick our battles as well, and I think we are used to being. I think men let us be right 8 times out of 10. We're probably right 7 times out of 10, and then they give us 1. Okay, but I think when we are wrong on the other 2, we're so used to being right that it kills us to say like we were wrong. It's true. And I think, if we bend a little bit, it just makes everything, smoother. So I 100% agree.
See where that means a lot. It means a lot. You've just spoken for the women out there, and it's appreciative. As you see, the men have touched their chest too. We appreciate that. If I would cry, but the tears are dried up. So, but we appreciate you. Thank you. It's deep. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Yes, Life Bodge, talk to me.
Okay. I mean, I spoke on this couple at length earlier, so I think I'll just speak to them to like their situation directly. So, with Michael, we see you're trying. We know that you want your marriage to work. You have identified your issues. You know that you shut down in relationships. You have a bit of a temper. It's these things that you're saying you're working on. Are you working on it? We don't know. But you've also said that you've also said that you have some traumas that you've been through. You've identified them. Have you got therapy? We don't know, but you probably should. If after the show, especially, get the therapy you need. If it's not necessarily just for your relationship, but for yourself, because I think you need it. You look like you're struggling. You look like you're overthinking. And I think as regards to his wife, yeah, he just needs to keep communicating. He just needs to be a bit firmer. Where I do worry for him is that he, as we saw at the end, he opted to try and placate her on that issue, which wasn't really a resolve. It was just for the moment, and she still didn't sort of yield to his suggestion of them both just doing apologizing the way they want to apologize. And I think he needs to see that there and see that, oh, this woman might control him if he's not careful. So I think he needs to watch out for that. And then with Jasmina, have a bit of empathy. Like, I think the easiest way to get a guy to shut down, the way in which Michael's probably shut down in his past, and she claims that she's only dated men that are emotionally unavailable. But hey, that's what happens when you date people out of state. Is that the easiest way to get a man to shut down is to not validate his feelings, to be dismissive of what he has to say, and then also to go out of your way to disagree with what he has to say. Whereas you could just say, okay, when they're saying let's agree to disagree, let it go, move the subject on. Maybe let your feelings go a bit earlier on topics. But yeah, I think the main thing is to show a bit of empathy. I think most of the men here know that if you've ever tried to be vulnerable and the person you've tried to be vulnerable with hasn't showed you any empathy, you're probably going to close that door and you're not going to open it anytime soon because you didn't have a safe space. maybe that was a bit of his fault for trying to release the information. But you would have thought that that was a good time to release that context. So yeah, I don't think this couple are going to make it. I think they'll get a decision day, probably say yes, but get divorced before the reunion. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to work. I think he needs to go and get therapy because, boy, I think it could be quite worrying. I don't look like Idris. Oh, this is no, thank you. That man is twice my age almost. Yeah, but that's me done.
Life of Budge with the Idris Elba take. We love it, baby. No. I definitely hear what you're saying. And do you know what? I think William kind of encapsulated the point in there. William McElroy kind of said it. You know what? It really could have been solved with a look. I didn't even know that I cut you off. You know, and then to add to that, even it's look, I didn't know I cut you off. Which part did I cut you off, and how did I do it? Just so that next time I don't do it again. Boom, right? And do you know what? I was waiting to see what kind of response Michael would give as well, to see what maybe level of pride he had, or whether he was also too lacking empathy. But the fact that he decided, even in the moment when he felt like he had been done kind of dirty, that when it came to his part where he had got wrong, he owned up to it, apologized, and showed her how a true apology is. And that she still wasn't really satisfied. I said, okay, bruh, you gonna die a sword death by 1,000 swords. Like, but, you know, it just shows that what we're always talking about, which is that empathy aspect. When you are trying to be empathetic, the way that you apologize is really one of those key indications about whether people are carrying a lot of empathy or not. Because even if I felt like I didn't cut you off, I would have said, hey, look, I didn't even realize I cut you off. I honestly didn't think I cut you off, but you know, I'm really, really sorry. That's not what I was trying to do. Like, cause I don't want, if I'm a partner, I'm not trying to have a situation where you feel bad about the situation. Do you know what I'm saying? Unless I'm already, and this is what I'm saying unless my mind has already think that, and that's why I think she's gone into siege mentality. It's like, I'm already thinking, nah, the reason why you're saying that is because you're trying to corner me, or you're trying to get me to say sorry to you're trying to get me in some kind of thing. I'm already thinking there's some negative connotation behind why you're saying what you're saying. So it's not I can't apologize now, because if I apologize and I'm surrendering some territory with it. It's like, babe, that's not necessarily what was happening here. It could have been solved by that, but it wasn't. But again, you know, he also too, we won't never know, because you know, he did set her up with the energy of rah, because if you come at me 100, my pride also may kick in, and I may not want to apologize a little bit later on. So I have to take that into account. You know, if you're coming at someone 100, you know, that too is also a problem. I just wish she never apologized. You saying, I feel like, you know what, if you feel like you've been hurt, like, yo, it's a trash apology. It shows also as well that you don't really care. And actually does more damage than actually good. So, you know, I wish she didn't actually do it, and rather just try to find out the situation. But hey, you live and you learn. See, what are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, even though I'm not the biggest Jasmina fan, I think I'm kind of getting at what you kind of started with, is that I think because of Jasmina's background with men, and I don't know if she has any kind of experience with any type of abusive men, maybe not towards her, but maybe she's seen it. If a man comes out of the blue, day 3 or day 4, saying, hey, you cut me off, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, although like what Alicia said, you can be gracious and be like, oh, I'm sorry if I cut you off, I apologize. But sometimes if you do that to the wrong man, you just said, hey, now you could tell me about something else, and you could tell me about something else. And then you look up and you're kind of in this like verbally abusive kind of toxic relationship where you're shrinking and everything you do is wrong. And I'm not, of course, before people say, oh, you know, Michael's not like that. You know, 1, we don't know Michael yet, but 2, I don't think he's like that. But I think that's why I was kind of okay with her maybe saying, I'm not apologizing because I didn't do it. I just didn't like the half apology because I don't like half anything.
Trust.
But I think maybe that is the thing floating around the back of her head, which again, like people are saying, is not conducive for a productive marriage on both ends. Like if that's her fear and he has his issues, then that's not helpful. But sometimes you give in too early. You teach somebody they can keep coming to you with the bull crap. Because honestly, that's what it was. Like you cut me off. Like in the clip shows that she didn't. I don't know if there's something else, production being funny. Maybe it's something else that we didn't see, but the clip showed that she didn't. So I don't know. Maybe she's like, I know I didn't, so I'm not going to give you a legit apology for it. But maybe that's what she's thinking.
Which I totally get. I do get it. I would say though, that is also an indication of her lack of empathy. See, if I'm akin with you, right? Even if I know for sure like I didn't do it, the way that I approach the situation is like, hey, look, I actually don't remember doing that. She was so adamant that she never did it. She said for 100% sure she never did it, right? And the thing about human beings is when people are often trying to emote and be empathetic towards people, right? Like that's why I said that she had a siege mentality already. Like if he's got a pattern of this behavior, then I totally get it, right? That she came in saying, no, I definitely didn't say it because I've known that it's not the first time you've tried to say something which was false. They're like 3 days in, baby. It's like the first. This seems like anyway, quote unquote, by what we've seen. It seems like this is probably like one of the first times that he said something that hasn't actually happened, according to both of these parties, right? So the fact that you come that strong means that you're already in siege mentality. Because usually what would happen is you say, do you know what? I actually don't remember. I don't think I cut you off. That's how you'd approach it, because what happens is human beings oftentimes when they're being empathetic try to not go in with a hard and fast line. It's like, oh no, I don't think that was actually what happened. If I remember correctly, that's not how it went down. I think that's not how she went straight hard and fast. And I'm saying this because it's going to come up again, right? Because the way that you argue in that first time that we've seen, she's going to repeat that same energy later on, right? I kind of held up back. I didn't want to go too hard on her because I was like, I want to give a balanced thing. But when I was watching it, I watched it a second time and a third time, and I was like, this is how she fights. It's not gonna. He's gonna always lose, because how can he come to the thing and say, do you know what? You're challenging me, and I'm gonna take it on and say, do you know what? I apologize. My sister's already told me that this behavior is off. It's something I have to work on. Boom, 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 boom. But you don't do the exact same thing. So he's going to always be in debt if she doesn't learn this trait of how to, like, actually, let me take a second. Oh, do you know what? I don't think I actually did that. Do you know what I mean? Come on, Stevie, you know yourself. If you're married now, you know. Listen, there's going to be times where you're arguing with your partner and you know for sure you ain't done exactly what he said he didn't, right? But you ain't going to go, I definitely ain't going to say that. Because sometimes that's just going to cause a bigger argument. You might say, I don't remember actually that I said that. I don't recall I actually said that. You know what I mean? Like, unless you got a tape player and you remember exactly what you said. Zadie did the same thing to me. She said, I called her a drunkard. I was like, I don't think I did call you a drunkard, but listen, if you can show me the tape, I'm going to take it back and I will apologize straight. Did she bring the tape? No, she didn't bring the tape, right? But I couldn't go hard and fast because regardless of whether I may have felt, I know for sure I didn't call her a drunkard, but just in case, like, I don't know for 100%. Let me just say, look, I don't think I called you a drunkard, but give me the tape. That's how people move with empathy. When people are not moving with empathy, they go, nah, definitely, it's not that. I know exactly what I said. I know exactly. Baby, you're not 100% sure. The tape, she never saw it back, so she don't really know, innit? So I'm just saying that for her, going in forward, I just really hope that she'll learn how to fight in a way that's not going to cause... I want to win, because her whole thing became about her position, not about the actual issue of the relationship. It became about, I have to prove my position, that this position is right. That's why when he gave her a solution, she still wasn't happy. That's why when he said, I actually agree with you, she isn't happy, because it became about her position, not about not about the fact that as a relationship couple we're trying to solve this issue. It became about, let me prove my position. So I hope she learns that going forward. You know what I'm saying? I hope she learns that going forward. You know what I mean?
Kojo, just to add to what you were talking about, and I think maybe even a reason why maybe Michael built up to that point of reacting the way he did about that thing that happened in terms of her cutting him off, was if you look at in the morning when they woke up and she was like, oh, you've been awake for a while, and then he kind of went into explaining that he's had things on his mind, and he actually was explaining in terms of the distance between them. If you actually listen to what he said, he was pointing to it more being his fault, and he was talking about how that he thinks that he's been overthinking, and that's probably why it's been a bit harder for them to close that gap. And then she instantly reacted to seeing as that she was under attack, and that's when she got defensive about, obviously, and then she then attacked him with the thing about what his sister said. She attacked him with, she threw back words that his sister said about him for the second time in his face. And you're thinking, why are you doing that? Why do you see something that actually was more so about something that he's done as an attack on you, rather than just where your current situation is? So that, and then you look at like later on where he went into more detail, shared about his own personal experience with death in the family, and at that moment she then used as an opportunity to kind of say, well, that's how you sort of deal with these sort of situations, whereas other people deal with it in a different way. Which to me is like, come on, have a bit of empathy in that moment. You may not totally be able to understand it, but you can understand why someone may feel that way. You should be able to. You shouldn't be totally adamant about the way you live your life and that being how someone else should. It just seems like a weird way to approach things. So if you're constantly being dismissed, that could feed into why you feel so strongly that someone did that to you in that moment, where you actually asked her a question and then she took over the conversation in that sense. But hey, it is what it is.
And just to add to what Life of Baja was saying, I think the other thing that struck me as part of that conversation when he woke up and was talking to her, and he was acknowledging some of his flaws in terms of, he was like, I know I'm not that talkative. And then he went on to, talk about some of the things that he thinks could be potential issues and things that he wants to work through. And again, initially she took it on as this is negative, versus like, this is a guy who's acknowledged that he's not really a big communicator, but he's trying to open up and communicate with you. He's trying to navigate the relationship and some of the distance that he's starting to feel already, because she's starting to build up walls. And I think like she just instantly interprets any information. It's like anything you tell me that's not flowers and roses, it's like it's negative. That means, oh my God, you don't have faith in our relationship. And then when they cut to her confessional or whatever that was, she was like, and if Michael doesn't stop getting to his head, this is going to be the demise of our relationship. Okay, no, it takes two people in a relationship, and he's trying to be an advocate for the relationship, trying to talk to you about what he's feeling, which is what we as men are often asked to do. He's giving it his level best. He's definitely not perfect at it. He's not doing everything right, but he's trying. So then there's your chance to try. Like when somebody tries, you try, right? It's not like he met her with a fight. Like, listen, I don't like the way you talk to me. You still didn't give me the apology I needed. He opened up, made himself vulnerable to her, exposed his flank to say, hey, listen, this is how I feel. And this is a fear I have, which isn't always easy for us as men to put to words, especially so soon with someone we don't know. And then defense is put up, So I think that's what happens. Like, granted, I will definitely say you never demand an apology from someone. So I want to start off by also saying he was dead wrong. You don't demand an apology. You express what happened. You express how maybe that hurt you or what you didn't like about what took place. But demanding an apology does nothing, because even if they say it and the words mean nothing, it's just going to happen again. So you don't do it. And plus, it's just obnoxious, right? So there he was wrong for that. And that's where conflict resolution comes into play, and we're too busy strategizing, and this is what happens in relationships. It becomes a battlefield. So we're like, oh, I want to be 2 steps ahead of her, and I'm 2 steps ahead of him, and I'm trying to outplay him because the last person I was with played me just the same way, so I'm not going to let that happen. And before you know it, you're in a toxic spin cycle because you're not dealing with the person who's in front of you. You're just triggered by all these other things that happen that look similar to what this person is doing. Get to the root cause. Bro, I don't like that you forced me to apologize. I don't think I should. I don't think I was wrong. What's your issue with what happened? Cutting people off happens in conversations. I just cut Seaway off 15 minutes ago, right? It happens. Now, if she says to me, Sean, I feel like you cut me off, I'm like, oh, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to apologize or say something, but sorry. Right? Then that's it. It's dead. It's dead in the water. But if I'm like, well, no, I didn't cut you off. We're talking. That's what people do. That goes nowhere. And I think like she's so caught up in her own head, trying to be 2 steps ahead of him, that she's not seeing the effort that he's putting in.
Well, you said something really important there. Sorry, I'm going to let you go, Alicia. You said something important there. You said, but you already identified that you already cut her off. That's a key part of the story. She hasn't identified that part. If that even did happen, by the way, because we're not sure if he actually cut off, right? But he actually stated that, Michael. And this is what I'm saying. Michael was actually very astute. I'm trying to. I don't like the fact that he got aggressive or got angry with her and earlier on, and I think that stopped any good progression that was going to happen later on. So we have to take that into account. The fact that progression shanks everything that happens after. But what we have seen from the last 2 times they've spoken, or at least in this conversation specifically, is Michael was aware. So for instance, when he realized that actually we can't even have a dialogue because you don't believe you cut me off. There's no point in having a dialogue because I'm asking you to talk about something you don't believe you've done. And he said, then he said to himself, he resolved it by saying, here's a solution. Next time it happens, I have to bring it up straight away as it happens so that you're aware. Done, finished. Do you know what I'm saying? So it takes awareness to even be able to be in that position. But go on, Alicia, what you're saying. So I appreciate that, Sean. You're right.
Yeah. And some people, I think, I'm reading in the chat, are saying, well, Jasmina does have empathy. I feel that she does. Of course. She gave Lindsay more empathy than she gave her own husband. She said, oh, it's okay. We're not saying you're a bad person. It's just, you have to watch it, and, everybody can't take your energy, right? But when her own husband is talking about the death of 3 family members and multiple friends, she's not able to meet him with that same energy because she's too focused on being in a place of control. It's like if she were to say that that she was wrong, or that to apologize, then that would put her in a position where she wasn't truly in control in this relationship. And I think that's really what this internal fight to be right is about, is her trying to maintain whatever realm of control or power in this relationship. But she is empathetic, but in a space where, in the matters of the heart, where she doesn't feel safe, that's where her empathy kind of takes a back seat.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. It's all about safety, and I think we said that earlier on, didn't we, Alicia? We were talking about the fact that, she will also look at it from a different point of view, which is, does he make me feel safe? And let's keep it a buck. If the man is going to be that emotional in his feelings for her and what she's been through, that's not going to make her feel safe. This is not trying to say that he's feminine or anything like that. I'm just saying that, unfortunately, if you go and come with that level of, I need that attention and care so much emotionally, you're also going to, and I've said this before about the men, I said, if you don't get your stuff together and you don't gather yourself that you can't handle your emotions, you also cause it to be unsafe environment for women when they want to have their emotional, they want to be able to emote. And that's just the honest truth, right? So it becomes unsafe for a lot of women who want to be able to be in that space of energy. And I'm not even just saying feminine, I'm just talking about being able to emote and be vulnerable when you're being, and he's not being vulnerable at that moment. He needs help. That's the difference. You being vulnerable doesn't create the unsafety. It's the fact that you need help you're not talking about being vulnerable. Do you know what I mean? When he was saying earlier on, oh, you know what? I overthink things. That's being vulnerable. When obviously then you get to a space where it's almost as if you need help all the time emotionally, then it makes the other person feel like it's not necessarily a safe space. This is not giving her an excuse for the way she went about things, but it's an explanation potentially for why she also too will harden herself and not be able to be vulnerable enough for him as well. So, for anybody out there, listen, man, them and the ladies out there, listen, choose wisely your partners. You are accountable for your choice, okay? If you keep choosing bad men, you're accountable. If you keep choosing bad gal, you're accountable. Don't look at anybody else but yourself, okay? All right? I'm just going to be honest with you, all right? We want people to be accountable here on both sides, okay? All right? Let me get Sean to give us the benediction because we've reached our 4-hour limit. So, Sean, give us the benediction, sir.
So yes, another great night, and I love 2022. I think I'm comfortable saying we have reached a new level of agreement amongst the panel and the chat, where we can agree and disagree respectfully. We can acknowledge when we're wrong. We don't have to fall out with each other, and I love it. I wish maths followed the same recipe. So we'll start off with the couples. We'll start off with Steve and Noy. Listen, no falling in and out of love. That's a song. It's not a lifestyle. So please, Noy, take a step back. We need to make sure there's stability here. And what we're seeing right now, there's no stability. Sorry, Steve. Nice guy, but I'm not seeing the stability yet. So, Noy, fall back on the love. Continue to get to know each other and let the love grow. Then we have Alyssa and Chris. We know where that's going, and it's absolutely nowhere. So please depart, exit stage right, stage left. Let's just remove yourselves from our screens. Poor Chris, please. I feel so bad for this guy. Listen, no more, just Invisalign, please sponsor him, because this is just getting downright disrespectful at this point. Then we have Lindsay and Mark the Shock. I don't know. They look like they're caught up in another love TKO. So, I don't know. I think that Mark needs to make sure that he's measured in his conversations with her. Make sure that he is not saying one thing and then doing another. Your actions need to match your words, right? So, don't go doing the do and then try to tell her what to do. It don't work like that, bro. Lindsay, please, sis. 3 bottles of wine is concerning. I don't know you. I'm not calling you anything, but I think you need to slow down. Slow down, please. Slow down. Take your time. You got time. Then we have Olu and Jasmina or Katina. I'm sorry. Listen, Elijah, leave your stories where they were, however many years ago they were. No one wants to hear I don't want to hear not one more Isaac story. I'm tired of them. I'm over them. Be you. Find your authentic self. Be good to this woman. She loves you. From what we see, she definitely cares about you. Please, I love that they're taking their time. Let's continue to do that. Work on their cuddle game. That's a big opportunity for Elijah. So let's just continue to see them flourish. We're rooting for them. They just might be the ones that make it and come out of this. Then we have Mike and Jasmina. It's not always about being right. It's no one wins. No one wins when the family's at war. So please put your guns away. Put your battles away. Communicate a little bit less. It's okay. Take a break. Just have some fun. Do some activities. Just enjoy each other. Let's be more lighthearted. Back to you, Coach.
Yo, thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate you, man. Much love for that. Listen, audience members, it's been good, man. Audience members, it's been good. Listen, 4 hours has gone real quick, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm feeling this maturity that we're bringing to the panels now, you know what I'm saying? Look at everybody just, disagreeing with niceness in there. Do you know what I mean? Showing Jasmina and Michael how to behave. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I love it. I love it. Nah, I'm joking. But listen, audience members, thank you so much for coming through. We appreciate you guys sticking with us in throughout the course of the show. My panelists, thank you so much. Alicia, Seaway, Sean, Life of Bodge. I appreciate you so much for coming through again. We'll be back here next week. We're also here on Saturday as well for Ready to Love panel. Then Sunday, we're having our debrief. Yes, because I know the last season of Ready to Love, we need therapy. So we're going to debrief. We're going to debrief on that Sunday. We'll have a live. We're going to debrief from that season because there was a lot that was shed. There was a lot that was shed. Yeah. And also on Tuesday coming up, guys, we'll be having our panel as well. We're going to be talking about dating and do you feel safe dating? How to create safe environments in dating. You know what I'm saying? What can men and women do to create those safe environments in dating? So if you want to be part of that conversation, I'm going to put up the poster tonight before I go to bed. Make sure you guys send me an email, say, hey, I want to be part of this conversation. I am asking for you to come on with cameras. Do not come on here. We're not going to allow you to come on if you haven't got a camera. If I don't know you, I can't allow you to come on without a camera. It's just for the safety purposes because people out here will be doing some madness on these streets. So be prepared, okay? But guys, I appreciate you so much, and we will see you again soon. My reviews will drop for you Friday, so stick around for those things on Friday night, man. It'll come through. Love, peace, and hope. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. There's not much I wouldn't do, so don't follow me because you will be on a dangerous path. Appreciate you guys.